Hello everyone, I'm Eva.
And I'm David, and this is the Infosec stream. Today is Blue Team Day, and we chose a case that you can download from the DFIR Madness site. I forgot the name of the gentleman who created it, James, yeah. created this for the DFIR community. And oh, I don't think I have water. That's yours, right?
Yes.
Oh, I need to grab some water. I will do it during the news section. James created this for the DFIR community, and he was kind enough to provide evidence files for basically all the major kind of evidence files, and then some. So there are PCAP file. Well, there's one PCAP file, I think. There are memory images, EO1 image files, and I forgot, like auto runs as well. I think there's also each file as well with the memory files. So we're going to take a look at them. Actually, before we start anything, if you want to follow along, which I highly recommend, and that's really the whole point here, is the important part is to download the. Let me just switch here real quick, and I will quickly show you the page and drop it also in the chat. I just need to find the appropriate scene in OBS. So we're going to work with this one, and let me just drop this one real quick in the chat as well. And I'm just navigating. Oops, that was a bad move. Sorry, I just killed the music with this one. So let's drop it here. So if you want to follow along, what you need to do is download the case files. And this is the case that we're going to work on. The URL is in the chat. If you scroll down, we're going to read these. I haven't read them to be 100% honest, because I went straight to the evidence files, and I already downloaded everything here. It's quite a lot, but today, because I took a quick look at what is installed on SIFT and what I would like to work with to do the PCAP analysis. We already did a PCAP analysis 2 weeks ago. This time I would like to use different tools, and unfortunately barely any of the tools is installed by default on some is, but we would like to use Zeek and Suricata and T-Shark. So we need to install those tools, and I think that will, and configure them. So that will take quite some time. So today we probably won't have time for them. I'm pretty sure we will not have time for the memory images. So that's probably for next week. But we have the PCAP files here. So download the PCAP, and while we go through the news section, that should be enough time for you to download this. And I'm hoping we might have time for the autoruns. So there's 2 autoruns files, because this case involves a domain controller and the desktop system. The PCAP file obviously is for the entire network, so you just need to download this one. But start with the PCAP file, and then you can download the others as well. We're going to use the SIFT workstation for this one, and I forgot to prepare the URL, but that's okay. I'm going to just search for it. So SIFT VM. Now the download is from the Sense website, and this requires you to log in. It's a free account, so you don't need to provide even credit card information or anything. Sense is just asking you to download, to log in for the download. I think it's because of it's basically a security measure, so the download doesn't get overly saturated. I think it's going to be done through Ignite, if I remember correctly. If for some reason Ignite is giving you a hard time and the download speed is nowhere near what you should see normally with download speeds, just restart the download or use a download manager. That usually helps. And you don't have to use the SIFT workstation. It just has tools installed that we're going to use for this case and working on these evidence files. Plus, we checked some of the tools and the installation of them. That should work, but it's an Ubuntu LTS, so 20.04 based VM, and it should work properly with the. This is not great. Something is happening with the ads part here. So we were experimenting with the ads, and now I'm I'm not sure this is what we want. So let me just quickly check here.
But maybe there will be an ad displayed to you in 30 seconds, so please bear with us.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's happening here. Normally this shouldn't be a case and it shouldn't happen. No, I think it was just the timer. So we're experimenting with how the advertisement things work. Not that we want to run advertisements. I'm just not sure if we disabled them correctly. And normally when you run your own ads, then it gives you also some sort of like cooldown time, so they won't come back. But there's no ad scheduled. We just did that to experiment with the button. And let us know actually in the chat if you've seen an ad while you were waiting for the stream to start. But
yeah, 5 minutes
mid-stream, if you see any ads, let us know immediately in the chat, because we do not want to have ads mid-stream. So let us know. I'm still not sure how it works. So we're trying to figure out this affiliate status thing. So 2 things: start downloading the Sift VM. And I'm going to place this one here. You need to log in for that, or use an Ubuntu. I think it should work pretty much with the vanilla Ubuntu LTS as well.
Can you please scroll down a bit, because there's an option.
Oh yeah, and that's very good. Thank you. I totally forgot about this one. You can also install all the tools with the Sift install command. So you can check the CLI instructions here. Yeah, if you have an Ubuntu already downloaded, then you can just do option 2A, and then you can also use the Windows subsystem for Linux. So you have plenty of options here, but I think a vanilla Ubuntu should work pretty much the same way. I'm going to use the Sift VM for today, and again,
and what we are doing today, I think that we will install most of the tools that we are using today, right?
I just clicked on it. So we're going to install the tools and configure them that we're going to use, and that's why I think with the vanilla Ubuntu it should be fine. So go for the PCAP and maybe the auto runs, and then continue with memory and leave the EO1 files for last. Those are fairly large. I think each of them is like 5 gigs or something like that, but the others should be fairly quick. And then check the hash. You have the hash values here. This way you will know that you have the proper version of the file, or you have a corrupted one. Then you have to start the download again, and it should be pretty fast. Yesterday I downloaded these files because I had trouble sleeping, so I downloaded them, and it went pretty fast, but it might have been because it was middle of the night. So in US time it's still late evening. All right, so this is what you should do while we go through the other sections. Where are our notes? So we have a follower goal set, and the only reason for that is we would like to play Stream Raiders with you. But in order to do that, it's a really fun game. You can drop a captain there, and you will also have your own little characters, and we're going to together slaying monsters, something like this. It's pretty fun. I saw it with other streamers, and I really would like to play this, but they require 100 followers to do this. So if you have not,
thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you're not followed yet the channel, then please do that, and then we can play together.
Gamer 61 as well.
And for those of you who thought that we're not going to read out your handles in the stream, and you did a sneaky follow yesterday or today, you were wrong. We're going to read the others as well. So I think it's a Hungarian handle. So Kiseper, Eldomorph, Danka, and Shakatomi, I think. Oh, you already read that one. Okay, so thank you for the follow, but also thank you for Shakatomi and Big Gamer. So that's really the only reason why we have the follower goal, just to play a game and have a quick break in the stream. We probably also should drop in a break. I remembered so far only one time to do a 5-minute break. We'll see. if usually I get carried away with the flow, and I just forgot. But
we can set the goal now, maybe, I don't know, after the PCAP part, or
well, the PCAP part is probably going to be the whole thing.
okay, then after the installation of the tools,
Yeah,
before
we'll see.
the
Well,
analysis.
I mean, I kind of thought that we drop a tool, configure
then
it, do
use
the
it,
analysis, and then do the next one. So we'll see. We'll try to remember, but you can then have a quick bio break. So I'll try to remember it. Maybe I will just set a timer on my watch or something like that for an hour and 30 minutes is a bit tricky. So let me just do 1 hour for now, and then when the timer is done, I'm going to set another 30 minutes or something like that. Okay, so follower goal is up there for the stream raiders, and then I mentioned the evidence file, so please make sure that you download that one. And then streams for the week, let me just jump back to the chatting camera for this one. So streams for the week, today we're going to start this Stolen Szechuan Sauce case. If you're a Rick and Morty fan, you know the reference probably. And we are going to do an Active Directory lab in TryHackMe. Unfortunately, that lab is a special paid one, but I think it worth the price, which is like 50 pounds or something like that, for 30 days. And it's a very beginner friendly one. The reason why I chose that one is because my lab time is about to expire. So I wanted to go through it together with you. If you want to follow along, you need to get that one. I think you do not need to have the subscription though. So if you have a free one and you just want to try out this lab, you can do it separately, which is pretty cool. And then throughout the week, we will try to find some time, 3 hours, stolen 3 hours, to continue working on the 3D printer, which after 7 hours is still in tiny little pieces.
Would you like to show your Z-axis motor?
That's it. That's and this is still the second module. The first module was to read through the instructions and see what is required, and then the next one is hello there.
Hello.
I think it's a lead speak. So
you caught me.
Oxacid, I think it's Oxacid, right? Did we get your handle right? I think so. I think it's an A. Let us know if we didn't get you.
Oh, acid.
Yeah, acid. Oh, oxacid. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Well, we still trying to get the hang of this. Meant to be oxacid by. Okay, I get it. So, but we picked it up that it's lead speak, at least. So hi there.
Hello.
Yeah, so we will add a couple additional streams. I added 2 for mornings. We'll see. But if we do it tomorrow, I think it's going to be in the morning. Well, morning for our local time. If not, then I will just change the schedule. But we will have it recorded, and you can check how far we got. And the reason why we add these extra ones is because, we didn't make enough progress. So, but on Friday we're definitely going to work on that one. If we couldn't find the time, oh sorry, that's the camera. If we couldn't find the time for the
Bonus
assembler
stream,
for the bonus streams, then Friday it's definitely going to be the assembly for that one.
But only 3 hours.
Yeah, only 3 hours. We're not going to do the 7-hour thing anymore, or at least in the future. And on Sunday we are going to do the usual beginner-friendly Hungarian TryHackMe Junior Pentester path. Yesterday we did some progress on it, and I think we completed 3 modules in there. There was authentication bypass. I do remember local and remote file inclusion. And direct object reference. Yeah, those were the insecure direct object reference. So those were the ones. And we're going to continue that.
SSRF.
Oh, and server-side request forgery is the next one. That's cool. Okay, so that's the plan for this week. And now let's check out some of the news. We skipped this one yesterday and on Friday, so we have plenty of things to go through. So let me just again try to switch here to our display. And the first one here is on Apple security patches. Apple updated basically everything, I think, right? So we have updates for Safari, Mac OS, different versions of it, tvOS. Oh, I need to update the Apple TV. I totally forgot to do that one. iOS, watchOS, I did have those ones updated for sure. So as you can see, plenty of updates, and I think they started to. Oh, I don't have the
Internet Store.
Yeah, I don't have that one up, but I do have it here in the list.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
think it's
because,
also the newest one. Oops.
In the Friday podcast, Dr. Johannes Ulrich mentioned that it was the
Dr. Johannes.
What's his name?
Yeah. Well, his title, yeah. Doctor. He's a
He's
doctor.
a doctor. Yeah.
Not a medical doctor. So go ahead, sorry.
So he mentioned that this is the first time that they prepared this table similar to the Microsoft patches, and he would love to hear your feedback if you find value in it, because then they would improve it and they would keep doing it. So if you can just give him some feedback on what you think on this table.
Yeah, so we're talking about this one here, and if you're not looking at or following the Internet Storm Center, I highly recommend it. For the Microsoft,
5 minutes a day.
Yeah. They also have the podcast, which is pretty cool. We're not really affiliated with the Storm Center. We're not handles or anything. We just know.
Are huge fans.
Yeah, we just know almost all the handles there.
At least
the
all
founders.
European.
Yeah, the
countries.
Europeans one we do know them,
Yeah.
and I really like what they do with the Microsoft patches. They have this kind of table format, and I always go there first because they have all the references there. So they're trying to do something similar with the Apple one, which is Apple officially went with the monthly cycle thing, or it's an unofficial cycle. It just happens to be.
You caught me with that question.
Because I don't see an actual pattern here. That there are some. Well, this one was a bit more severe, so they probably did the update because of that. There was the home automation application issue, so I think they did the update because of that one. But for me, it kind of seems like that they are.
Okay.
I think another lead speak one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. How do you pronounce your handle? Should we read it out as it is, or is it just fax?
Yeah.
Because it looks like a
An A,
fax. Yeah,
yeah.
it looks like an A. I'm not sure.
Hello.
But you're definitely most welcome here. So we have the Apple patches, and yeah, if you want to give feedback, because this is not what you're looking for, although I think it contains everything that is necessary, but it's a work in progress, then you can drop Dr. Johannes, a message. I'm pretty sure he would love to hear your feedback. Alrighty.
And one more thing about Apple updates. That if you don't have
would you like to take it over while I'm just grabbing some water?
I'm not sure what we are looking at here.
This is the one of the vulnerabilities that was fixed. The Safari universal cross-site scripting. It's just one of the things that were patched here. And then this one is for example, the integrity protection was bypassed with one of the vulnerabilities. Anyway, these are just the vulnerabilities that they fixed. There's the little snitch one is actually the next, and then the Windows stuff that you
Yeah, I think that while I'm covering the Android part, you
Okay.
can grab your own.
well, this one is also more of you, because
Yeah, but
I
I
did.
would like to
follow
discuss
this.
this one with you, because I think there's so much
There's,
fun here.
there's this chat. I'll come back. So Little Snitch is also something that this is a universal bypass. If I remember correctly, the problem here is that Little Snitch establishes a full handshake before it decides whether to block, or so it blocks afterwards, after the TCP handshake. And the problem is that there's still plenty of things that you can send. I think that was the idea, and they even created a proof of concept. It's the logic how it works. So it's a problem, and it's not necessarily going to be fixed. Anyways, then maybe before the Windows one, how about you do the Android one? I just need some water because otherwise I'm not gonna be hydrated. So
Okay,
I'll leave it.
thank you.
I'll leave
So
it to
as you can see the date on this article from the Hacker News, you can see that it's from the 27th January. So this is not a new one, but while I wanted to include this one in the section because I completely missed this one. So this news reached me via a Hungarian mainstream portal. So you know that those kind of portals are usually a couple of days late comparing to the tech portals. And here you can see very interesting, oh, wonderful. Here you can see very interesting malware for Android, FluBot and T-Bot. So FluBot, actually it sends you a SMS message with the question that, is this you in this video? So I think that this also exploits, I don't know, human curiosity or...
Oh, I didn't know that was the content.
That was the content. This is how they trick you to... This is for FluBot. This
I
is
would
how
click
they...
on that one. Me?
Yeah, me, I made a video finally. I'm breaking through.
I'm famous.
So this is how they trick the users to install malware. T-Bot is, I think it's a legitimate looking QR code reader and scanner. I think that this one is also very interesting because there are these tiny little details when you realize that how little piece we are in the puzzle, because it says that before doing anything further, they check if your country code starts with a U or not. So we are, you know, small pieces in geopolitical games.
So this is targeted for users in Ukraine.
Not in Ukraine.
No, I'm kidding.
Not in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine is safe. This is the only money.
Obviously Uruguay. I don't know. Sorry.
And actually, here
why
comes.
don't they just check for US as a country code? Like,
I think
what
it
does
can
have
be
to
UK
stop?
as well.
Ah, lazy.
No?
Yeah, it makes sense. They
I
probably
thought that it
targeting.
was
Yeah.
more like.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's probably the reason.
And actually, the news what I read on the Hungarian portal was this about dark herring. So I think that here as well, I don't want to praise, you know, this kind of activity, but I think that as a project, it's fascinating because it includes more than 400 legitimate applications. So it means that either the bad guys, either they bought these applications or they paid developers to prepare to develop these applications, because these are legitimate applications that these were scanned by Google, and this is how they ended up in the Play Store. And what these applications did, they all please remind me that how they managed to convince people to subscribe to these paid services. So but those were the kind of paid services that you only see on your phone bill at the end of the month.
Yeah, I think the matter, if I remember correctly, was that so they have the applications installed, and within the application they can show
Then
arbitrary
they had
messages,
some push notifications,
and in the message they display a link where you can
subscribe to these services.
to something, yeah. And when they click on it, that's where the additional the actual monthly part kicks in. And
happens.
Yeah, but I think they're not offered as like, do you want to subscribe to this paid service? But it's something like you get as an extra, but in real time, in the real behind the scenes. it's going to subscribe you to that paid service.
And here comes another interesting part, that these people, they know humans. They understand very well how humans work, because the service cost was limited to an amount of $15 per month.
So a lot of folks just didn't even notice it, probably.
Probably many people did not
I think
notice that their phone bill was increased by an amount less than $15, which tells a lot.
I think the execution is real. Like, they're Stockholm professionals for sure. They know every part of the ecosystem, how to bypass it. Because in the past, there were mobile malware samples that were identified, which were dynamically loading additional. So they had the ability to have dynamic code loaded while they were running. And that one is usually caught by the bouncer. That's the service bouncer. I think they still call it bouncer. The Play Store algorithm that runs the security check at Google. The Play Store is automated. The check is automated. At Apple, it's a semi-automated process. So there are, at least that's what the legend said, the urban legend says, that there are humans doing the analysis on applications. That's why it takes significantly longer to push it in the Apple Store, because someone has to pick it apart and analyze it, so there's no malware getting in there, which still kind of sometimes slips through. But this one is amazingly good, because this kind of notifications, in-app notifications, completely normal. Part of the application logic in many cases with other applications. So just providing a link, when you tap on it, you get subscribed. I think it's I didn't know about the $15 limit, but it's also pretty ingenious. That's why probably it went unnoticed for so long. But yeah, I think this one is a fascinating story. I was very surprised that first I saw it in the Hungarian news site, and
so it's also managed to avoid your attention as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, the Hacker News one, when it came out.
It's from the 27th.
Okay, so.
But I don't know.
This article is so 2 days later. Yeah, but it's that one is pretty amazing. Right. What is this one? Yeah, this is the bypass. Are we done with the Android?
Actually, I don't know if you want to talk more about a bit of how criminal organizations work. So I just cannot imagine how they hire people. So, if they have to go through the same scrutiny, that whiteboard interviews, and if they have company outings, because these people are clearly talented. Yeah. They know how things work. They understand humans and technology as well. So I think that these are very talented people.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had formal training even. Most of them probably just wicked smart and self-taught. So, but there are folks who are formally trained and then choose to get into some shady business. Does it say where was the base of operation for this group or the whole?
I did not dig deeper.
Okay, yeah, me neither. I just read it. I kind of did a shallow inspection on this news piece, but I think it's something that is going to be mentioned as a use case and probably for years to come, because it's a pretty interesting story here and a big operation. So I don't have anything else. And maybe in the chat, anyone dug deeper on this,
or if you've heard about this one, because I don't think that it.
Did you even see this one? Because for me it was Telex, and I haven't seen it anywhere. I haven't seen it on Twitter, and I think usually it pops up if it's such a big story. So it went pretty much under the radar.
I consider it as a big story.
Yeah.
With so many legitimate applications involved.
So what about this one here?
Actually, I don't know if
you
we
made
can
me
just
put this one on the list.
because I don't know how you handle this kind of news when you see in the title that Windows vulnerability with a new exploit.
One thing on the
If you read it or not, but I highly recommend to read this article from Bleeping Computer, because in this article there are just so much more than the privilege escalation vulnerability. So the exploit is a privilege escalation vulnerability, and if I can just add back.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. I just need to adjust one thing in the box.
Okay. So this is a vulnerability which was patched normally, whose patch was included in the January patch, and now it is, I think it is actively exploited now, but not yet.
Isn't that just a public proof of concept or something?
So what is happening here? That the patch was released in January. So normally, what the simplified approach is that, okay, there's a patch available, so just install it. But what happened with the January patch, that many system administrators, they did not install the January patch because there were significant number of critical bugs in the update. So I guess that they wanted to avoid the issues which were introduced by these bugs. So probably they wanted to wait for the February.
Yeah, I do remember that was the issue with the boot loops.
Yeah, here it says that.
Yeah, and that was the VPN also had a problem. Although I don't know who uses L2TP still, but the reboot problem sounds a bit more serious.
And now, and here comes the event. So now they say that don't wait until the February patch because this is actively exploited. So it is. I think the wording is strongly advised to install the updates. But here comes the part which is not revealed by the title of this article. Actually, it says that this vulnerability was already discovered 2 years ago, but the person who discovered it did not disclose it to Microsoft because they are not satisfied with the reduced bug bounty rewards.
Wow.
I let you digest this one for a moment, and then there's another reference to another person who found another bug who was also unsatisfied with Microsoft payouts. So this is why that I think that sometimes it's just nice to click on these articles and read until the end, because you can have these details which puts a completely different shade on this entire story. Oh, you are creating a poll?
Yeah, I'm just sorry, do you need
no, actually this is what I wanted to mention. So probably it's better to, if you wanted to postpone the January patch, then maybe it's better to see if those critical bugs impact you. And what the author of the article said that they tried the exploit for Windows 10 and it worked very well. So they managed to open a notepad with system privileges, and they also tried it on Windows 11, but
Notepad. I thought you're supposed to pop calculator.
No, that's
not leaked.
That's from the 2000s. Now we are opening notepads with system.
I can't remember if I saw.
But they say that they did not manage to get the exploit work on Windows 11. But according to the Microsoft advisory, Windows 11 is also impacted. It's just the Bleeping Computer team who had issues with exploiting Windows 11.
I'm just starting a poll real quick. So those in the chat, let us know if you managed to download the case files, or you're still doing it, or you just want to watch, or you don't know what case files we're referring to. I think you have like I forgot what was the timer that I set on this. But let us know if you're still working on it. Then we can go a bit slower, faster, so we can adjust the speed. Yeah, I can't remember if I saw this CV, because now I think the Infosec industry decided, okay, we're not gonna do these labeled vulnerabilities with the logo. Remembering CVEs though is really, really hard. So can we maybe do the named vulnerabilities, but not the hype part? Because for me, it would be easier. So I can't remember if I saw the CV on Twitter, but I did see someone mentioning that they have a privilege escalation for Windows. I think it was.
Oh, there is a Twitter account. It's also here in this article.
Is it mentioned somewhere, or should I find it?
It's a bit more up.
Yeah, I think I have it in the notes as well. I can find it. Is it this one? Oops.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Bill. Okay, yeah, he's pretty well known, and he was testing it, and he said that it's
yes, and he says that it no, the 882. No. If you search for 882,
I'll let it.
Oh, this one.
Okay.
So he confirmed that this POC works.
Oh, that's just fantastic, isn't it? All right, okay. So serious business, and I think Microsoft fixed the issues with the patch. So normally this should be fine, more or less. So be careful not to roll out everything at once, but roll it out on a couple of systems, and if they don't break, roll it out on the rest. Fine. Let me see the results for the poll real quick.
I cannot see the poll.
Oh no, I'm looking at it here.
Oh, it's I completely missed it.
No one answered the poll so far.
I didn't even see it here in the.
No, it's right up here.
Oh, sorry.
So if it's in the top of the chat, just let us know if you will follow along, or you're just watching it and you want to do it later. Can you drop a yes in there?
100% yes.
Yeah, but just to see what's going on. So I understand if you want to alert, but please just let us know if you're still need more time to get the files and get the VM, or if you don't know what we're talking about. That's also
the poll ended.
Yeah, the poll ended. Anyways, you can also just drop it in the chat. We'll practice this poll thing. Yeah, we'll practice voting. You can also do /vote and then just pick the number. That way you don't have to do it. I'm not gonna rerun the poll because you folks were not answering it. But if you have any problems, just let us know in the chat. Okay, a couple other quick news. These are just tool updates and releases. But Binary Ninja last week dropped the 4.0 version. I did. 3.0 version, and I didn't have time to test it. I did the update, and that was pretty much it. There are a ton of features added to this, and I think a lot of folks who were doing reversing waited for this release with all the additional features added, because for me, Binary Ninja slowly becomes the go-to tool, and I even use it compared to like other tools like IDA Pro or Hopper. Binary Ninja is amazing, especially the intermediate languages are pretty cool.
Hello, D'Artagnan.
Hey, D'Artagnan. How's it going? Welcome back. How was your weekend? What is this? Gaming. Okay, I need to learn also the little.
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good. We're good.
It's great to hear that you are doing good.
We went out to the forest
for
a walk, and then to get some fresh water from the spring source. And I was running, and it's winter, so apparently around the source, usually the water freezes, and David is not aware of this fact, or I was just forgetting it, and I fell so hard. I went like this.
Oh, it was so painful.
But
to
the
watch.
weekend was awesome.
But before that,
when we're going to do
but what
the
happened before that?
before that, oh yeah, we saw the
A deer.
elks, or no, not the deer. I think it was just an elk, isn't it?
Bambi, I don't know.
Yeah,
Bambi is a deer or
no,
Bambi
it's
is
an
a
elk.
lamb?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
an elk. So we saw elks, I think. Should we?
should we Google?
We're just going to check. I think it's an elk. You know, the one that is smaller than the
Bambi.
deer.
Yeah.
Or is it a deer? Oh no, sorry. Then it's a deer. Sorry, you were right. Then I was mixing up. So we saw a deer, and
Then two other
yeah,
deers.
a couple additional pairs of eyes far in the distance, because it was already dark after sunset. All right. So Binary Ninja dropped the new version. Yeah. I'm like this, you know. I like to work hard, party hard, and fall also hard. Magisk. If you are doing mobile forensics or mobile penetration testing, you probably know Magisk. This allows you for many Android devices to root the device. This is necessary to do the proper assessment. So the new version dropped a couple of days ago, I think, and has additional features. I have not tried this one out yet, and our plans, I think, for some of the streams is to also build, at least I have it in my future plans, to build a mobile assessment lab. We're not going to show you how to jailbreak devices or how to root them. I mean, I'm not sure what's the status here. If anyone knows if it's okay by law, then let us know. I did see one webcast at Sans when they did jailbreaking on a phone.
No, I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah, but,
and you know, legislation can change.
So we're not going to do that, but I plan to.
There are excellent resources
Yeah.
available for
and for Android, it's even trickier, because rooting a phone for Android, you really need to just see what is available for the model. And for iOS devices, I think. Oh yeah, I need to do the maintenance actually on those devices and charge them, because I don't want to lose the jailbreak. But the devices that we use are still the ones that are working well with the check range. Yeah, we don't have the latest greatest one, but I think in the Hacker Shuli meetup, was it last week? Yeah, last week. Wow, time flies by. It feels like it was
Tuesday.
Yeah, it feels like it was 2 weeks ago, but it was just last week. I think Jean-Paul mentioned that there's now a kernel vulnerability for the latest greatest iOS, so we might have temporarily something there. But Magisk is out, so check it. And if you're into mobile security, then you probably need this one. If you're into forensics, though, and we're going to use some of these tools, not in this stream, because Eric doesn't really have anything.
Hi.
Fix the hi Sergey, you fixed the list. Okay, we're going to check it, and you can. Let me see what Sergey
Because
came up with.
Friday, during our
Oh, sorry. Wait, let me just do it like this.
so during our marathon assembly section,
Why is everyone putting hackers on top? Tell me what you find so good in that movie. Please. Sneakers, yeah, okay. Matrix. Oh, you added Matrix as well. What is this one? I don't know what's the one next to it.
I think it's a
Ghost in the Shell. Okay, but
new
like
one,
yeah, okay, that one is a good point. And I think you're missing a couple of the pictures.
Hacker, you left Hacker.
Yeah, just left
no.
there. So we haven't haven't Black Hat. That's why
Breaking In sucks so.
Breaking In is awesome. No, it's not awesome, but at least it's
But
funny.
it's not
funny.
success.
And you
They tried.
I'm sorry, Sergey. We need to discuss this later because it's unacceptable.
Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley.
That's completely unacceptable.
Silicon Valley. The
sacrifices were made.
Yeah, but Silicon
I love
Valley,
so many viewers.
one of the
doing it.
consultants was Rob Fuller, and the last episode is very accurate. And at the very end, they form even a consulting company. I don't know, Sergey. I don't know. Anyways, so last piece of news before we move on. Eric Zimmerman updated his tools also for .NET 6. So if you use these tools, just be aware that now with the latest, greatest .NET version, it should work. I think he was working
it's a
on this
wonderful
for
transition to
yeah,
our
but
today's session.
he was working on this for days. But finally it's there, and we are going to use some of these, just not in this stream, but when we deal with the disk images and do the timelining. Well, maybe for the auto runs we can use the timeline explorer. I'm not sure, because Timeline Explorer is like a supercharged Excel. I mean, don't tell this to Eric, but it has additional features. But it's cool. It's really good. It's really good. No, Timeline Explorer is an awesome thing. All right, so that's all. And as a reminder, today I'm going to use a SIF VM. You don't have to use a SIF VM, but we are going to install tools. Maybe we'll uninstall tools. There's one I think that we checked, and it's best to remove it and then compile it. So we have one additional, not in the core tools, but it's more of an optional tool that we would like to use and show you. But if you don't want to download the VM and you already have an Ubuntu, you can convert it into a SIF VM by following these instructions.
And actually, if you open the DFIR Madness,
Here.
On the top, if you scroll back up,
Here.
or you scroll a bit down, here you can also find reference how to build your analyst workstation.
Cool. Can you point that one out?
No, can you please search for the word workstation?
Sure.
Okay, so it's a command then VM.
Yeah. Anyways, it is somewhere, but you don't need to follow these.
Maybe it was in the PCAP one.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so maybe it's in the PCAP in the other one.
So.
But they also give you.
Yeah, I think there are
some
walkthroughs here how to install a seam. I saw that one in the blog post. Anyways, what you need here is really just the evidence files, and we're also going to check these questions just to follow it loosely. But there's also a solution guide. I'm pretty sure it's amazing. I just want to show you our take on this, and I haven't read the questions part, so I really need to go through these. But to follow along, grab the PCAP file. Today we're definitely going to get started, and my idea was to follow the order of volatility, and PCAP is the network part. We're going to continue with the memory one, but I think because the auto runs, I kind of suspect that it's a small one. Like I think there's only one file in these, so that should be fairly quick. We should be able to squeeze it in for today. Anyway, so if you haven't downloaded it, then make sure that you have the PCAP, maybe auto runs, continue with memory. Peach file, we can also take a look at it, but I'm pretty sure that will not fit in today. And I'm also having doubts with the memory part. So let me check what we had. Nothing in the mailbox. Okay, content. Let's check it out then. I need to boot up my Swift VM. So what I did, I just downloaded this, upgraded it to the latest, greatest compatibility version for VMware Workstation, beefed up the memory and the processors, because I originally thought that we will do the memory part today, but when I looked at the tools installed, or the lack of thereof, I realized that it's probably not going to fit in today, but we're not. Next week, we're going to do the memory one. I have a neat little script that I'm not sure if it still works, but I will update it. And you can check out that one. And we can also do the commands manually, but I will explain why I have a script here, because when you deal with memory, you either use it for something very deep dive and you try to pull out artifacts that are only present in the memory and you really need to reconstruct it because that's the only place, and that's a deep dive kind of memory analysis, or you do a quick triage. And I would like to approach it from the triage perspective more. And I realized that I'm running the same volatility commands and recall commands over and over and over again. So I created a simple script to run it in parallel, and that's why I beefed it up so much. Today we're not going to need that many processor cores or memory. So worry not. I'm going to fire this one up, and I think I also updated it, but we'll check. Let me just put this one into full screen. Yeah, any questions so far? I think it should be.
And how is the download going?
Yeah, if you need the I'm not sure if it should be in the chat, or it was in the chat. I can drop it in again.
The poll?
Oh no, not the poll. I mean the.
Sounds like an interesting.
Just
but I lost you guys today. Thank you for the update.
Thank you for jumping by, Sergey. So I don't think you will need the browser anymore, and you have the URL again for the evidence files, and for the SIFT VM, you have the Sans Forensics user. The password is forensics, which is stated on the website, by the way. And I think I got to drop in the SIFT workstation link as well, so in case you want to download it. But again, read the instructions because you might not want to download the SIFT VM. Instead, you can just use the install script and use it with Ubuntu, for example, because essentially it is a long-term support Ubuntu. And I think I did the apt update. I will do an update upgrade just to make sure that all the packages are up to date. Let me just check a few things here in settings. I don't want to have the screen lock. Okay, I disabled these ones. Okay, so I did a very little preparation on this VM, and I can't remember if I modified this and then snapshotted, or yeah, the scrolling is not. I'm just going to max this one out. Ooh. That's a lot of lines. That's a lot of lines there. Okay, so we have 4 packages. Yeah. I should have done. Oh, this is yeah, probably I don't want to do that one. No, sorry, I don't want to update the kernel. So there's a new version, but I'm going to skip that one. All right. So first order of business. Let me just check some real quick. No, not this one. The first order of business is to how are we going to access the and I don't think I configured this. How are we going to access those evidence files? This is, you would be surprised how often I get this question, and it is quite confusing because you downloaded it, and if you haven't downloaded it through your VM, now it's not in the VM. The reason why it's recommended to use a VM for forensics is snapshotting, just like with any other Infosec activity, basically. We would like to keep snapshots so that later we can go back to the VM. It's also ideal when you work on a case, you did the analysis and you still want to maybe continue later the analysis, so you can make a snapshot and revert back into a known clean state to start another investigation, so there's no cross-contamination with your evidence files. But you need to move in somehow the evidence. So multiple ways. If you download it in the VM, the files, then it's great. It's already in there, but very often that's not the case. And I like to do, it's a little bit flaky, but I find it a better method and a safer method. I just don't know if I did the configuration here. So let me just check VM settings here real quick. I think I did that. So yeah, I have shared folders enabled, and I like to use shared folders. You will see that it's a bit imperfect, and it's a known bug. It's been there for years now in VMware Workstation. I don't know why VMware is not fixing it, but whatever. So you need to add a shared folder, and you need to browse to a directory that you have on your host computer. I already have this one here, so let me just show you properties. So I have here on a separate disk VMware shared folders, and I have the DFIR Madness folder. Just get another window here, a little cosmetics on the window, and it's resizing it. So I have here all the files downloaded, and I already decompressed the PCAP file here. And then I have the hashes here. I calculated it, compared it with the one that is on the side. That's all I did. And then I set up the shared folders. Now, if you do this while the VM is turned off, and I do have two things here, enabled and read-only. Read-only is the neat part. So this will be mounted as a read-only directory. And the reason why we're doing it this way is that, especially with network forensics, if you work with log files, they're very, very easy to edit, and you can accidentally edit your original evidence. So instead, we can have it in read-only mode, mounted. Well, it's going to be a bit tricky, but normally it should be mounted under MNT HDFS. And I have no HDFS folder because that's the bug with VMware Workstation. And I think Fusion behaves better, but with VMware Workstation, it's very annoying. You know what's the fix for this one?
Have you tried to turn it off and
You
on
have to
again?
turn it off and on again. So you click on disabled, you click OK. And I kid you not, this is the way to fix this one. That's why we kind of moved away from this, but in a lot of casework, that's the best and easiest way around. And you do enable again. And now I have the folder here, but this is all, oops, sorry. But this is all read only. So what I need to do is I'm going to copy over here the file, and we're going to begin with the PCAP file. And I'm afraid, oops, sorry, here. And I'm afraid we probably only will have time for the PCAP. But I would like to show you a couple tools and use this opportunity to give you an idea of what you can do with a packet capture file, or what other data sources you might have available. Not necessarily a PCAP file. In a lot of environments, you're not going to have a PCAP, or maybe you will have a PCAP when you suspect already that potentially there might be an adversary present, and you deploy a sensor and start capturing packets that can occur in certain cases. So what we're going to do here is treat this PCAP file as some gigantic PCAP file. It's only 200 megs, so this one you can open up in GUI tools. I wouldn't try to do this in Network Miner for sure. Wireshark is able to handle it if you have a beefy enough system. Still, you probably will, in a normal, like a production environment, will end up with much larger PCAP files, even if you just monitor a segment. This was a little petri dish network with 2 hosts in it, I guess, and some traffic generated there. So it's not a representative evidence size here. Normally the PCAP is going to be much larger, and often you will not have PCAP, but instead you will have something like a network security monitoring tool. Now let's try polling again. Maybe this time it will work. I will leave 5 minutes for the poll, so we will have plenty of time. Let me create another poll. And my question, and I try to force polls because
I will vote.
because maybe this is a better way to interact. I mean, everyone can click. So let's create a new poll. And my question is, if you have ever used or currently use some sort of network security monitoring tool, like I have the following options: Zeek, Suricata. Sorry, I have to copy paste here, but I defined this set of answers in advance. So we're gonna have 1, 2, 5. I had no idea that this is the all that we have. So I'm going to leave it up for 5 minutes now. Let us know in the poll. I'm going to check the results afterwards. So if you're using any sort of NSM tool, yeah, just pick one. I don't know. Zeek is my favorite one. So
That's the first one.
And what we're going to do, we're going to try out some of these tools. So we'll keep using Wireshark for this evidence file to the very last. And the reason for that is, like I said, often you will not end up with a PCAP in a normal environment or in a typical environment. And also because with a large PCAP file, you need some sort of lead to filter it down and make it into a smaller PCAP that you can load into tools like Network Miner. 2 weeks ago, we had 2 example PCAP files. They were like 30, 40 megabytes ones. It was easy to load it into Wireshark and manipulate the data in it, do the filtering with Wireshark. This time it's a larger file, so I want to introduce you to a few tools that we typically use for forensic investigations. And the first thing that I noticed here was the lack of T-Shark. Before doing the T-Shark part though, there's one command that I really like to run against PCAP files, and that's mostly for documentation. It's called cap infos. This is a program that comes with Wireshark, and you can select what kind of metadata information you want to display with the tool, but I usually just run it as is, because this will give me almost all the metadata that I'm usually interested in. So if you run cap infos against this PCAP file, you will see that we see the type of interface where it was captured on the number of packets. Then we have here the file size, the data size, the capture duration in seconds, the first time when a packet was seen, last time it was seen, and these are average values for the data rates, packets per second, things like that. And we also have the hashes. So this is documenting everything that we need. And usually I do something like this. I pipe it into a file and just clear the screen. So usually just pipe it into a file like PCAP infos txt or something, and then this documents my my evidence. See, we still have, so the poll is still there. I see that you are watching the stream. Please click on the poll. It's on the top of the chat. All you need to do is just click, or you do /vote, and you pick a number from 1 to 5 with just one number. So let us know. If you never used NSM tools, that's okay. You will see a ton of these, and NSM tools are network security monitoring tools, are typically used for real-time monitoring. Here, for this case, we're going to use them more as a forensic tool. We're going to configure a couple of them. And for me, the shocking part was there's no T-Shark. So let's install T-Shark real quick, and we can get started with T-Shark here. Maybe install the Shark. I always forgot the -y. Need to add another entry. And it's probably going to be a bit slower because of the stream. Yeah, this whole thing. I'm not selling it well enough. Okay, so T-Shark
maybe
installed.
it's the user awareness training.
What? Not
We are
click
not
on thing?
clicking on things anymore.
Okay.
Only if they ask me, is it you on the video?
Yeah, then you click. Okay, so I'm gonna wait till the end of the poll, but I take this as a no in that case. So let's see, we have T-Shark installed here normally. All right, and T-Shark is.
Thank you, Owen Cole, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. So usually you would use T-Shark as a tool that allows you to scale the analysis, and with T-Shark you will have all the display filters from Wireshark, but you can use it in the command line. There are a couple things that I usually like to do. The poll is done. Well, I'm the only one then. That's great. then you will learn something today, hopefully. And with the T-Shark, we often going to use it to select certain fields, and I like to do this kind of high-level analysis with it, but it also comes with the ability to display the various statistical functionality in T-Shark. I can never remember though the various statistics that it provides, and this is the same kind of statistics that you can find in Wireshark under protocol and then statistics, and you have additional things under protocol. So with the -Z is where we can invoke it, and with T-Shark you will have everything in the command line as you have with Wireshark, and then some. And the one that I'm looking for, this is the one that I can never remember, the protocol hierarchy one. And I also usually forget, I think it's the -Q, because otherwise it's going to be quite messy. So you can request the protocol hierarchy, for example, with T-Shark this way. And I need to read in the PCAP file. Let's do that one. I think with -Q, because let me try it without the -Q real quick. Yeah, this is not what I want. So I'm just checking. Yeah, you need the -Q. So this is just the T-Shark going through the PCAP and processing it before providing the statistics. I'm not sure why we need to opt out from this, but yeah.
Do you know a good book to learn
Well,
T-Shark?
yeah, but you saw that I prepared it. That's because I need inspiration. I cannot remember the statistics part by heart. And yes, we do have there's the book here. Again, we're not affiliated, but it's a really good book from
But
Nick.
we are a huge fan of Nick.
Yeah, Nick is awesome. I'm not gonna try to browse it, but I do have this book here, and I usually have it on the shelf. I just took it off because it also has the statistics one. Actually, the first one is the protocol hierarchy, so I might peek into it just to get some inspiration. But it's an awesome book. You can also use the online help here. Normally, this command is going to provide us with the protocol hierarchy, and then we can see what kind of traffic we should expect from the PCAP. So it's a good idea to run this as the first one. Do I make this one go away? All right. So if you ever looked at the protocol statistics in Wireshark, this should look familiar. Same deal. So we have Ethernet traffic. That's probably not a shocker. Only Ethernet traffic. There's some ICMP traffic here. Then what else? We have ARP traffic, IPv6. Mostly just multicast noise here. Some IGMP traffic. Again, multicast things. A little bit of SMB. We'll see what's in there. Under UDP, we have DNS. Do we have DNS under TCP? Doesn't look like it. Then we have multicast DNS, the MTP, and that's pretty much it. On the TCP side, some LDAP traffic, Kerberos, so this is probably an Active Directory environment. And I just remembered we haven't read any of the instructions there. We just started diving in, so I will revert back. And is there anything in that one for the Szechuan sauce thing? Do we need any information here?
Let me check.
Okay. Or we're just checking back here under the questions to answer and goals. So what's the operating system for the server, for the desktop? What's local time for the server? Okay, these are some of them will not be able to tell it from the PCAP, although in SMB we might be able to answer this one actually. Was there a breach? What was the initial entry vector? How did it get in? What malware was used? If so, what was it? Okay, process, IP address, malware on the disk. How did it first appear? Did someone move it? Okay, usual stuff. But no, I'm thinking more like there's some advanced bonus questions. Yeah, like I said, this one has, I think, a solution at the very end. There's a solution guide here,
No,
but we're not.
There are links to.
Yeah, I mean links or something like that. But we're not really going to. I don't think we're going to answer all the questions. So some of them will be homework for you, and I'm also not going to just hunt for these. I'm just going to do the analysis. But I don't see any other like indication on the environment. So we do know from the evidence that there was a domain controller here.
There was a client interview. If you scroll back a bit, here, this is the client interview.
Okay, we're interviewing Rick. I guess. So let me zoom in a bit.
Yeah.
So the interview was conducted by retrieving artifacts. Where were the files in question stored? On the beach file server, the domain controller. Okay. So there was a file server service running on the domain controller. What was the operating system version? Whatever idiot Jerry put. Okay. You have a network map. Sure, all systems were located. Okay, something. That's very useful.
No, that's important.
That's important. So we 1042 something. Okay, is the internal address space. Other system files concerned about. Yeah, certainly Morty is rambling about. So okay, this is fine. 4 September. Okay, so we do know the geolocation as well, and normally the time zone, which is UTC -6, which is fantastic because it's not. We're going to look everything in UTC. So my goal here is not really to do the thorough timelining or anything like that. I'm gonna keep this one aside here. I'll close it, but more like to get a quick analysis done within the time frame. Okay, so this is an Active Directory environment for sure. We also see DCR PC here, MBSS for that is Samba. Ooh, Samba 1, just a little bit, and then Samba 2 or 3, not sure. This is how Wireshark and T-Shark shows that one. Some TLS traffic, some HTTP traffic, images, text, media, data. Okay, so this is quite useful. Other type of, we'll put this one aside here. T-Shark. I'm going to do a documentation a bit differently. So I'm going to do it like, I don't know, something like this. Just type it there. So other type of, let me cheat from the book. To get some inspiration. So we saw protocol hierarchy. What else? Okay, endpoints and conversations. Those are good ideas as well. Let's see, conversations for TCP. Okay, we can check those. Then Nick does something weird with TCP reassembly. Yeah, let's check next the like conversations. That sounds like a good one. And you can find this one in the help. So TCP and IP conversations are useful to see what kind of traffic you should expect in the PCAP file. There's also endpoints, which will show you more like a NetFlow kind of view. You can also check that one. But let's start off with the conversation one. First for IP, and then we're also going to check it for TCP, maybe UDP. I'm not sure if that's super interesting based on the protocol hierarchy. I'm probably going to skip this one. And this is now just another type of, it's probably going to be fairly long, so let's look at the top values, just the top values. So this gives the IP address pairs and the number of bytes and start time, end time, and well, here it's just the duration, but the end time is basically you add the duration to the start time. So this is a pretty good overview. We see here on top there's this.
See, yeah.
So we have two IP addresses here. This one and this higher one. I would assume that this is probably the domain controller because it has a lower IP value, and this is probably the desktop. Is there anything in there, or
no? The 8510. That's the controller.
Is it also in the here?
Or maybe in the
okay.
But now we confirm it with the client.
Anyways, we can find that one out easily if we want to. There's this external IP that is talking to the domain controller, and this one on top. And I'm just looking at the number of. So these two are significant. There's also this one here on top. So this can be interesting. We don't know anything about these IP addresses. We can check them if we find that this is something that we don't recognize. We can also do GeoIP lookups. Let's do those kind of things a bit later. I'm just going to put this one aside for now. But if we, throughout the analysis, we see some of these external IPs reoccur. Now, why am I doing here? So T-Shark, and then let's do thumb IP, top. Let's do head. I like to add here in the file name the commands that I used. So when I look at the file name, I know what is in there. And we could run the entirety, but usually I'm interested in top values. So here the goal is really just to have a high-level overview. I need something to grasp in. I hope this makes sense. What I'm trying to achieve here with these commands. I'm really just interested in, you get a feel. I already have a couple leads because these IP addresses, potentially like maybe the top couple of them could be, well, number of frames is pretty low, but top 3, maybe top 5, I would check what kind of IPs those might be.
Do I understand correctly that now you are doing with T-Shark what you would do with Wireshark by checking this?
Yeah, totally. So, but I treat this PCAP file as a large PCAP that I might not be able to open in Wireshark. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. So let me do the same thing here while we're going to do the analysis, and then do a head. If I have txt, I'm just running the same command, but I want to display it, or maybe I can just run it directly and then cat it out. All right, so this IP address here is the same one. It's like the same one.
Okay,
so the domain controller
that's not
talks
good
to this on RDP. Yeah, so this one is
usually
already the suspected and problematic IP addresses. So this stinks. So why do we say that it stinks? We saw earlier that a significant amount of this is actually the most amount of data between what we believe to be the domain controller. We can verify that one through Kerberos. We saw that one in the past streams. You can use like Kerberos messages or DHCP messages to identify who's the domain controller in an environment. So we can check that one. But right now we'll go with the assumption, and Ava said that it's written somewhere that it's the domain controller. The fact that this talks to an external IP through RDP is kind of suspicious. And there's more than just one. There's this other one here. There's also some RDP activity between the domain controller and the client. Could be fine. Yeah, so
that's the other way around.
Come again?
That's the other way around.
Well, I mean, this is probably this. Yeah, you mean the domain controller connects to the. Yeah, that's.
It looks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because this is the listening port and this is the high port. Well, in that case, that's not fine. the domain controller usually does not talk to clients like through RDP. So you usually RDP into a server and not the other way around. So something definitely stinks and it involves RDP. So we have a good set of findings. Maybe I will just put this one. So I'm also keeping some simple tabs here. Let's call this like DFIR Madness findings .txt or something like that. So I'm going to have this one saved on my host desktop, and I'm just keeping tabs of the most interesting things that we find. So this is going to be my messy note. Usually you would use maybe a notebook, but I personally like to just use a file, and it's a big mess. You saw it in previous streams how I take notes, but we'll keep these ones around. Okay, we saw conversations.
But what would you do if you suspect that you have to present?
Yeah, in that case, I really
Oh,
have
you
to
already
do a
covered
notebook.
that one.
No. Yeah. So then you keep a notebook, have another analyst sit next to you and sign off your notes.
And
make sure that you have make sure you have numbered pages, so page remover is not an option. And this is pretty annoying with notebooks. It's not that easy to find a proper notebook that has page numbers.
I think you can just write it by hand, no?
Yeah, you can, but who wants to do that? So just buy one that has the page numbers. Is it endpoints? So I just want to run another set of statistics here, maybe for some of the protocols as well. Yeah, there's endpoints IP. I think that one just gives us a sort of yeah, I'm not gonna do it properly, right? A sort of overview that is kind of like NetFlow. And probably the next thing we can check out is the NetFlow. Yeah, so this one gives me just a high level like statistical summary on top talkers. Again, we have this IP address bubbling on top with, I think we're seeing these external ones as well. So, but it's only a couple bytes transferred one direction. This looks also still interesting a bit with the received bytes. On top we have the domain controller. Then in the top docker list we have that external IP, and then the desktop shark endpoint IP. I'm not sure what's gonna be useful, but that's the reason why I'm dropping everything. And I think we also have endpoints TCP. I'm just going to do up arrow a couple of times and do TCP as well. The previous one was just an overview for IP. I should have probably saved this one too. I'm gonna grab this one as well. Might be there something interesting, but only the top values probably. I don't know. We can always go back later and rerun the command if we need it. Same thing. So this thing talks on TCP apparently. Probably less interesting.
Oh, I found it very interesting. Those high ports.
Just give me a second. I'll direct this one as well to a file. Shark points. This is the TCP. Shouldn't delete the whole thing. TCP. What do you mean?
What I mean that if you check these not this one.
Well, I think we saw this one. So this is probably the client port when they talk to the domain controller.
Look at this one. This is a port which is
it's a different one.
But
yeah, but we saw that this IP address was RDPing again. In that case, it's gonna be the client. So this is probably just the ephemeral port there. That's why we have these high number ports.
But we will see that they increase by 2.
Why 2? Normally it increases just by 1.
I don't know why.
I mean, it's not predictable because if it makes other connections, then it can happen that you will see not like, but ephemeral ports usually they increase, just
Or
not always
randomized,
incrementally.
yeah.
No, it's usually incremental. It's just not necessarily going to be always by 1 or by 2 because they might make, like a busy server might make, or a busy client might make multiple connections. If you open up like additional browser tabs and go to different places, different websites, then yeah, it can end up. Do we see anything? Oh, the port numbers are there, so. But again, I see RDP traffic here, so it's probably interesting. Like, you know, there's some 443 traffic as well. Let's see, but these are the IP addresses coming back. There is, and just I think there are some interesting statistics for HTTP. HTTP stat looks interesting. HTTP tree looks interesting. Okay. And I also saw SMB. So let's see what kind of statistics are available for those protocols. Help. Maybe I will just grab now. Grab HTTP. What? It's probably printing on the why standard error. Seriously? Okay. There should be a way to grab that one, but okay. So HTTP stat. HTTP 2.3 does not request. These can be interesting. I wonder if we need HAD for this one. So usually here we will see the kind of breakdown for the various methods, partial content, forbidden. And there's the ratio, so this is pretty normal, I would say. Search, not very common though. So we see the response codes and the request methods here. HTTP stat. This can be interesting as well. Then we had what else we had here? There was tree. I think that's the one that shows the domains, different hosts, virtual hosts visited.
Let's take a look at it.
Wonder if I need to limit the length of the output. And along the process, if you have any questions, really any questions, just let us know. Okay, so this is another one. Then probably it's the request. So this is under breakdown. And we have the percentage here as well, which is pretty useful. I like to look at that. Normally by count, you should be able to see it. Okay, that's pretty much just a different way of visualizing it. HTTP 3. Right. I don't see anything that really sticks out. So these are, by the way, the response codes are families of hundreds. 200 and partial content is pretty common today. If you download, for example, a PDF file, you will see partial content. These redirections are also pretty common. And we do have a couple of timeouts, not founds, and forbiddens that can be interesting. But usually I'm looking for larger values here, like if someone launches a discovery attack with something like GoBuster, usually the 404 messages will peak because in the dictionary that you feed into these tools, usually you don't have the proper resources present on the server side. So it will respond with, no, it's not here, it's not here, it's not here. You will see it quite a lot. Let me just look at the help, and we'll try one more. I think it's the request tree, maybe the server tree we can also try out. So these are again something, because it's a command line tool, you probably would create a script and just feed in the PCAP file. Ooh, this is pretty ugly like this. Adult swim is
Morty shows Jessica the lab.
And this is episode 11 of season 3, I think. Adult Swim is the channel where Rick and Morty is aired.
Oh, that looks in.
I mean, yeah, it gets. This is just certificate revocation.
Oh,
So you can see it here. This is the certification revocation service. Okay, let me do this one again. I'm going to pipe it out. And then we can use our trick that I keep using in the stream with less. So we can just cut it out and send it to less dash capital S. And that will allow us to make this file here. Or I can just less the whole thing. Because I know some folks will say that, what am I doing? I don't need a...
that
like a
looks
broadcast or something, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what we see here is the list of virtual hosts and all the URLs requested. There's the IP address again. And that was an exe download.
Looks completely legit.
Yeah. This one, I'm not 100% sure about this one because it looks like a multicast or something. I would put this one aside. So this one looks strange, but
maybe there's an explanation.
yeah, it looks very much like a broadcast or multi. This stinks. This totally stinks. And I think the rest is really just revocation service. Like a ton. CNN was also accessed. Can be just as a result of someone opening up a browser, by the way. GeoTrust. Yeah, most of them. The Adult Swim, where was the love interest images? Jessica. There's some, but it's probably just Morty. I mean, this is the whole thing is Rick and Morty themed. So I think it's just
yeah, that's
there's also some Rick and Morty. I think this is just
picture.
Yeah, pictures and fun stuff. This one I'll put this one aside. And the other one as well. I just go to my quick and dirty notes here. We need to check these ones later. So far my quick and dirty notes only contain a couple of these, but I would say that this IP address pops up. Yeah, like something incorrectly here. Yeah, like this. It keeps popping up related to RDP traffic, and then there's an exe that was requested there. Yeah, I wonder what we have under RISP. I think it was this. No. SRV. I'm just wondering what that is. What was it? SRV. I think it's the server side, or maybe the server side. Not sure. Should have directed it into a file. Oh, so this one has even the resolution. The IP address is assigned. Oh, this is pretty useful. Note that the suspiciously looking IP address that occurred in the previous output. Oh, I saw it when I was scrolling up.
Oh, here.
No. It also had the, yeah, but it also had the resolution. Let's go slow. I saw it somewhere here. Oh, there it is. Here. Yep. So it doesn't result. It's just directly going to an IP. By the way, you said the term naked IP, and I keep hearing the term. What is that? I do get that people refer to this, but I think it's just a lot of folks misusing it. Not that I want to correct what you're saying, because I do hear it a lot. But like, wouldn't it make more sense to call it naked domain, right? Because naked IP is like the IP address doesn't press up just to go out.
No, it presses up in a domain code.
I don't know. Chat, what do you think? Which one makes more sense? Naked domain, which is naked because it's just an IP address, or naked IP address
Because it's not wearing,
because it's not dressed up
pretty,
as a domain.
pretty domain clothes.
Maybe we should do a poll or something. But polls, we filled with the polls already, so let us know in the chat what you think. I think it's naked domain.
Sec 555 is on my side on this one.
Yeah, but they also, I think Justin also uses the term coffee break seam. I use a different term for those kind of seams. I like to call them smoke break seams. It's the kind of seam that when you...
Your poison.
What do you mean?
You call it smoke break.
Yeah, coffee break. But the idea is the same. It's like your seam solution is so
naked
slow.
domain.
It makes more sense, right? Thank you, Mishimokush, for the +1 for the naked domain. I think naked domain makes a bit more sense. But okay, now that you...
I had a message for recent sex-based terms. Naked is...
Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah, I'll fix that one. No, I'm gonna allow this one. Right, sorry. It's the auto. Yeah, but naked is. I mean, there are things that are naked. Like slugs.
Domain.
Slugs are snails without a house, and in Hungary.
IPs are also.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know about that one. So the term is both terms are. I heard both of them. I like to call them naked domains because just it makes more sense to me. Anyways, so we saw these. Should we spend more time on the statistics? I think we kind of had enough with the statistics part. I'm not sure. I never tried the SMB one. So just I'm gonna try one last one. We can pick one from the SMB because I saw that there were some SIDS. I don't know what these are. Does Nick ever look at these ones even? I wonder if he does anything with these.
I'm scrolling up in the meantime.
Yeah, there's expert view. I think this is enough. You kind of get SMB SRT. I don't know about that one. So this one, the SMB SRT is in his book, and you just see the different commands.
You have credentials.
Yeah. We can try that one, but I don't think we're gonna have. That's okay. We'll try credentials. I have no idea what's gonna happen. Probably nothing. If it's not in the clear, then yeah. So there was SMB SRT, I think. Let's do SMB2, and it's a comma. So you really need to go back to the help a couple of times because remembering it, I don't think it's really feasible. Yeah, but the problem for me here is that like just the fact that you have all these different SMB commands doesn't tell me much. Basically, it says that okay, someone was reading and writing files on a share, but like I don't see what the share was. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay, I guess. Let's keep this one. SMB 2. So these are just the SMB commands, but I do see that we had like a proper session establishment, and there's also a session log off, which and the 3 disconnect and a close. It's probably because it's a small petri dish one, but the thing is, normally you don't really see these. It's not like you go to an SMB share and you completely close down the connection. Usually it stays up for longer duration. So the fact that we have like an almost full and complete session establishment and then tear down. Okay, someone went there to the share and read something, maybe wrote something there, and then closed down the whole thing. It's a bit anomalous, but not necessarily unheard of or inherently like malicious. Okay, I think we had enough with the T-Shark part. Just one thing maybe with T-Shark. Yeah, and if we progress like this, then we probably won't even have time for the auto runs one. So
they want to take a break.
I actually would like to just
Keep
moving
going.
on, and yeah. If you need to take a bio break, we're gonna have the video on demand. Oh, you need to. Okay. So what I'm going to do, just for what you're missing, is I'm going to use the -Y and the fields option. But you know that kind of trick. I think Eva knows this. So what I'm going to do next is let me take a step back. So T-Shark, you can request the glossary of T-Shark, and this contains all the display filters from Wireshark. And I like to use it because if I'm working with T-Shark, I don't want to open up Wireshark just because I can't remember a field name. So what I do instead is look at the glossary, and if I, for example, would like to list out all the user agent strings in this PCAP file, I can do a grep I user_agent and find, well, I probably should have done like first a grep on HTTP. I'm doing case insensitive, that's why I use the grep I. And then grep for the user agent string. And we have HTTP2 here. Cflow HTTP, that's weird. Cflow is Cisco NetFlow. Not sure what kind of field that is, but apparently they defined one. Strange. It's up to the vendor what they define there. And so I want to just grab the user agent string from the packets, and with T-Shark I can do this. I do T-Shark -n. I use the -n option, by the way, here to prevent any reverse lookup on DNS. Normally T-Shark doesn't do this by default. TCP dump does if we do the analysis at the terminal with TCP dump. I just like to add it all times for performance and for OPSEC reasons. And what was I doing? Yeah, so -Y, and then the user agent, and then I like to, before I move forward, actually no, because here I still need to define one thing. So T-Shark has various output options. We can do like a head or something. So the default one is this one, which is kind of the equivalent of the Wireshark default layout. By the way, did you know? No, did you know?
No, I did not.
That you can also do something like, yeah, well, there's also C25 instead of head. You can limit the what? Maybe this should limit the maybe in the first 25 there's nothing. Okay, anyways, but this is an even cooler one. So a lot of times people believe that T-Shark is limited and it doesn't have any graphical functionality from Wireshark. That's not true. I think it's --color. Check this out. As the probably would be better without a filter here. Let me just but did you know that you can do this?
No, but why would I?
I'm glad that you asked. I was just about to say it. So why would you, what does the chat think? And what's your opinion? What would be a useful use case for this? Because it's pretty eye candy, but
I can see different protocols with different colors.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
did you set it?
No, this is the default. I mean, you can modify these in Wireshark if you modify it in your profile, the default profile that it's using. But what would be a good use case for this one? Because I usually just use it to show off, but I did came up with one possible use case. But if you have a remote sensor that you need to SSH in, you want to do the analysis on this, we're not moving PCAP files, so there's a full packet capture sensor that has like large full packet capture files, and you want to do the kind of analysis that we did, but you don't want to fire Wireshark up because you would need to do X forward. The colors through SSH will be still displayed. So you can do the analysis on the SSH session. Yeah, I mean, I'm reaching with this one. Usually it's just an eye candy thing. So, but yeah, that can be a good use case. I just like to demonstrate it. That it even has colors.
I didn't know about it.
It's a fairly recent feature.
I thought that you want to show me SKRs or something.
I don't think T-Shark has ASCII art. I mean, some of the protocol versions are kind of like this, but no, it can do colors. And I think the main use case is when you work through an SSH session, because with if you have packet capture, that's not something that you move around because it's a lot of data. Okay.
Yeah, but
so,
I think that in an organization where they collect with packet capture, they would have tools around.
maybe,
digest.
but yeah, but the thing is, like, you have something like Archimi. Let's say that you have something like Archimi. I still want to use T-Sharks every now and then, or Wireshark. And if I can just log into the sensor and do a quick analysis, I might as well do it. Archimi is probably not a good example because through the viewer interface you can select the PCAPs, but maybe I want to have a certain time interval, like for a day, and I want to run some of the Wireshark features, so like a large PCAP run. Anyways, it's whatever, it's some fancy stuff. So in the meantime, I was silently typing in the rest of the command. It's cool, isn't it?
I will brag about it in the class.
You definitely should. You should show it to your students. Does anything in 504 has like T-Shark in it, or Wireshark? We do have some. They must have some
definitely.
sort of. Yeah, so you can show off with this one.
T-Shark.
When I show it to students, they love it. I love it too. I think it's a cool feature.
You also just want to brag about.
But the even better feature here is the fields option. And I'm pretty sure this one you definitely know about, because this is a feature used in many of the Sense classes even. And you can use the fields option to, instead of that default view that we have here now in nice colors, we have the option to just select a specific field. I still have the display filter here, and with fields you need to define the field that you want to select. So I just want to have user agent strings here, and I do a head, because I want to check if I'm actually getting user agent fields, or if I made a typo or something. Okay, it gives me back the crypto API one, because the next step, unique seed sort.
-n.
Yeah, so but I also wanna I wanna see the most frequent on top. So this trick, you wanna explain what it does?
No.
No. So we have sort here. We need sort for unique, because unique works on an ordered list. And with -c we tell unique to count the number of unique occurrences, and then we pipe it to another sort, and the -n tells to do a numeric sort, because by default it does
alphabetic.
Yeah, it does an alphabetical
so
sort.
It would be that 9 is.
Yeah, it's not what
after.
Yeah.
10.
So the reason why we want to have I kind of jump through it. Unique will return a list where you have the number of the occurrences and then the term. So that's the trick, and that's why we need the -n. And I want to have the most frequent ones first, because I just want to have like a quick.
So it's in reverse order.
Yeah, the default would be to start with the smallest
lower
number and go to the largest one. This shouldn't take this long. What's happening? Come on, T-Shark, you can do it. Ah, there it is. Well, this is still a very useful thing to do. I probably should have piped it into a file. Yeah. I'm going to take another terminal and drop it, or continue here. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna drop it here and then T-Shark. Again, something is happening. No, it's just. There's this point, and I think I know what's that. So it's kind of weird. Apparently, Epidemic Sound, if I don't open the entire playlist, will only play until the last displayed song. I think it's a bug on the website. Anyways, I'll write them an email. In the meantime, this executed. So I don't see anything that really sticks out here. Microsoft Crypto API is the revocation service. We see 2 different versions. That's probably an indication I can't remember, but I kind of suspect that this last one is also the same as the Windows version. What do you think?
I would
there should be
guess that would be my
Windows
guess,
10,
but I don't have
and
info on it.
this is something like either a Windows 7 or a
Oh, I learned
2022.
how to. But I forgot.
Well, we also see here the same, and this is this looks like Explorer to me. And then we have also a Chrome browser here.
That's a pretty old one.
Yeah, I mean this is from 2020 September or something like that. The data set. Anyway, this is still useful. I'm still going to keep it around. The other thing I like to, and I'm not going to go for the glossary for this one because I do remember the host. So I like to just have the list of hosts, and I think we kind of have this one overlapping with what we had in the statistics. But nevertheless, I think this is pretty useful. So again, that is this IP address that we need to check on. We only have five HTTP packets here tied to that, or more like sessions probably. Request response pairs for or requests at least. I'm not sure if there's an actual response for this IP address that we already identified as suspicious. I do think that we should keep this one maybe around. The other one, not much. I'm just grabbing a couple of these, and in the background I'm going to pipe this into a file.
But for this long tail analysis, can be something interesting, or your long tail analysis would be something interesting. Would you are more interested in the more frequent ones, not in the outliers?
Both. Well, here I have the entire list. So okay. I see what you mean. I usually do, like I do a flip if it's very, very long, and I remove the R and run it again. So I have like the different ordering, or I can just look at the bottom. But here I don't see anything interesting. So there's content delivery services, certificate revocation services all around, against CNN and Bing, and these are just the onesie twosies. More cert revocation, Wikipedia. So yeah, there's not much going on here. And the last one that I like to do is server, I think, to see the server like this. Is this correct?
We'll see.
I like it. It looks good. So just to see the equivalent of the user agent string on the server side. Sometimes you might see the one that sticks out. Attackers like to use tools that have unique server strings or unique user agent strings. If they forgot to change it to a legitimate one. What the hell? I don't even know how to search for this, but it draws the whole. Look, it draws the Unicode on the, and there's also an empty one. There's like server nothing. Simple HTTP server. That one stinks.
Yeah, but if we have time, I would definitely love to search for that.
This one stinks too.
No, it does.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what kind of server this is. So you can change this string, but wow, I never saw anything like this. It's probably part of the, like it's probably an Easter egg or something like that, because I don't think it's like, I don't even know if I can search for this one because of the Unicode character here. But that is a very, very common thing, that if I just need, like when I do a pen test and I just need the help me out, I just need a web server, then I definitely would use.
Actually, we just used it yesterday.
Oh yeah, we did
For
use
the
it.
last
Yeah,
challenge.
we did use it for the last challenge. So it's super common. I'm gonna rename this to HTTP host real quick. So MV. Just renaming this file real quick. HTTP host or something like that. And I'm definitely going to put this one aside. Varnish is kind of common. This is I have some brain freeze today. ECS, AWS. These are AWS related server strings. I'm going to drop the whole thing here because the the whole thing looks interesting. Okay. So I would.
We thought something with 5 occurrence in.
Oh, you think it's the same? Yeah, it does. It does. No, it does make sense. Yeah.
What was it? Oh, yeah.
This one.
That one, the naked domain.
You think it's the same?
I don't know, but it's 5 and 5.
You know what? It's much easier to filter for this one than for this one, so we can do that. HTTP host. No, what is it? No, HTTP host, because it's the host itself.
Yes.
So we should have 5 packets here after the filtering, and it's a cool thing. Okay, so we see.
Oh, and we see here the
cool.
EXE.
Yeah. Twice. We see it twice. Requested twice.
Because those are 2 different.
Yeah, this goes to the. Yeah, this goes to the what we kind of suspect that is a domain controller.
And that's the workstation.
So both systems are compromised, or potentially compromised. We need to. That's where the. So at this point, and that's why I wanted to start with the PCAP and the network side. And I think folks really underestimate today network forensics. They shouldn't.
No.
They should. No, but because it allows us to do a very, very fast analysis. And
if
now we
have
data. Yeah, but now.
But do you have data?
Yeah, if you have data. Well, I mean, usually this is in the form of like a web proxy might have this. We will see Zeek, not next, because I do wanna show just maybe very, very briefly, but we need to pull ourselves together in terms of speed. This might go a bit longer, but I do want to cover those tools. Maybe we'll not do all, because I plan to install a bunch of plugins, so we're probably not going to do that for Zeek. I'll show you a couple of ways to install plugins, and then if you're interested, then yeah, you can let us know what other type of plugins you want to check out. But okay, so we have the name, and I can correlate this one with other artifacts, other evidence, and find this artifact maybe in this based evidence, or if this was executed, then it should be in the memory. So what else I wanted to do? Yeah, we wanted to check the. Well, we can check it quickly with this. And it was http .server. So if this prints out the server 5 times, then they belong to this IP address. The server string, that is.
So these are the empty.
Yeah.
It's printed out.
Oh, you think there's nothing there? Well, we can also.
2 empty ones as well.
Okay. But the problem is that no, but this, yeah, okay, so this is probably the empty one. Okay, so it's the empty one. Well, we still need to figure out then well, that one I'm not sure I can do it. But what we can do, just really quickly. I'm not sure if it will work like this. Missing a single quote at the end. I'm gonna put this one aside. This looks cool as well. No, it's the same one. I think here I just messed up something, but yeah. So these are confirming it. Oh, I already have this one. So I'm just gonna put this one aside. But it's kind of the, yeah, executable, and so on. Okay. What else? I'm just thinking, what else should we do with? So there are a couple other things that I like to check out in the same way. So instead of HTTP server, I like to do. I need to check the glossary for this one. C# dash G wrap DNS wrap query. There's a lot. I think it's QRI, but I want to verify it. DNS query. Do you see? Yeah, QRI name, query name, I think. To see what kind of domains were requested. The same idea, I just grab a couple of the fields that allow me to then focus. We already have an IP address, so we could use now, at this point I would use TCP dump and just carve out the relevant part of the PCAP5 based on that. So I would create a BPF filter. We'll do that at the very end and open it up and see what we can find. But I like to do a few more things here. Oh, this is a very long list. So. Nothing really sticks out, and it's not surprising because we saw that we go directly to that IP address.
What's
so
the C100?
Which one?
24. Okay.
Yeah, that one. No idea. I think it's some local.
Yeah, local.
Maybe this is the.
Oh, look,
no, this is the domain.
Okay.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So it's the domain then. Yeah, that can occur in. You might see it in SRV records and things like that. That are specific to Microsoft environments or Windows environments. So let's do T# DNS URI name, and the last thing that I want to do while that's running is some SMB stuff. T# G SMB and for SMB 2. Let's focus on SMB version 2. And there's a way to get the authenticated client if it's yeah, probably not like this wrap file. You can see the files transferred for sure. I think it's like file name or something, but I can't remember. The SMB2 file name is the one that I like to use. SMB2 file name, and this should give us all the different files that were requested. It shouldn't give us I think it doesn't give us a full path, but it depends on what Wireshark does. Normally, the resources in SMB are referenced as a relative path to the share that you mounted. So here we should probably just see the so it does the whole reassembly thing. Protected storage policies. I don't see anything super interesting here. So GPTINI, group policy synchronization happens over SMB in an Active Directory environment, and we just see here the group policy objects being synchronized. Still, SMB next. Okay, I think this is good enough. So the next thing, and I checked then the tool is not there, is I would like to use nfdump, and nfdump is installed, I think, with the Ubuntu package, My problem is that nfdump will only work on nf-capd binary files that contain the records, and we only have nf-capd, but to ingest a PCAP file, we need nf-pcapd, which is not on the list, which means the person who created the SIFT image did not include that optional tool. And if we visit I'm trying to open up the browser here, visit the nfdump GitHub page. Some hardworking people on the books. nfdump. What I will do is, first off, let's remove the package one. So sudo apt remove nfdump. I think the name of the package. We don't need that one. I'm going to grab and compile this and it's a tool from Peter Hogg. Let me clone this repo here. I'm going to git clone. What happened here? Paste, copy. No, it doesn't work. Why is it not working? It's so weird. So we're cloning the repo, and then we are going to see how we can. So this requires us to build and configure the build with the this switch here included, and we can add additional ones, but I really just need this one. So autogen sh is what we need to execute. Could not found okay, I need to search for this one. What is the name of the package? lib2 I think is the one that we need. Okay, so this is apparently required for automake, and it's not installed on the SIP. Okay, let's try it again. Autogen. Looks better. At least it's running. And all this will pay off at the end, I promise. So we can do configure, but I want to do configure with the appropriate flag here. Configure, and then I need the nf pcapd. So -- enable nf pcapd is the reason why we do the whole thing. It's not included for some reason in the default Ubuntu package. They should have like another package that contains the dev and the additional tools. And link libpcap configure. Wow. libpcap, that's gonna be problematic, I think. Or maybe it's not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, it seems like the libpcap library is not there. Well, things were not compiled, so it might not have been necessary, but it's kind of suspicious. We'll see. Try it again. Is it getting any further? Do you think? Oh, there was libpcap h. Oh, so I think this will work. Another header required. bzlib. The pleasure of compiling things. We're going to from source. That fix fatal error. I'm just wondering which library we need. Okay, let's give it a try. So I'm installing just additional libraries. I don't think this is the one that was needed. Maybe I should put this one. Maybe this one? We'll get there. I wonder if there's dependency list somewhere. Shame, shame. Why is there no dependency list? For the major distros, at least, I'm gonna make an issue on the GitHub page. After the stream, I'm gonna be like, oh, you need the dependency list there. Come on. Yeah, I think that was the missing one. Okay, cool. So next one is make, right? No, it's... What is it?
Command not found.
Can I just... I'll try to sudo install.
Nope.
What's
Typo.
install? No. I don't need Lex. Okay, let's need Bison. I'm pretty sure I don't need the Flex one. Oh, it could be, but Flex is, I think it's the regular expression engine. Zeke is using Flex for it. All right, let's give it a try again.
Whoa.
Yeah. Now we just need to figure out how long it will take. But the whole idea is that nfdump is a tool that works with NetFlow data. And NetFlow data is another great tool to get a quick high-level overview. But we have a PCAP file, and the problem is we need to take the PCAP file and make it into NetFlow. Normally, in most environments, or some environments, you would have NetFlow data around. Either in a cloud environment, you have this kind of data, or you have probably your network team does collect NetFlow. So I'm always very surprised when people claim that NetFlow is commonly not seen in environments. I'm pretty sure your network team does use NetFlow.
They're just not aware of it.
Yeah, they're usually just not aware of it, and you should ask them. So this is like a free pro tip. Normally that would be 5,000 channel points, but you get one for free. Ask your network team, where's the NetFlow? Where's my NetFlow? I really hope that this compile time does not take forever. Oh, it's like a... Okay. No, this is... I think there's no error. Just leaving directory. So let's went in, and then make install. Wonder if, yeah. I was wondering if make install would work without root, but no, apparently it doesn't. NF PCAP. What? Right, like, it's kind of weird that it's not loading it.
That first one.
Oh, first one looked better. Because this one was also having the... What is that?
Yeah,
Oh.
Szechuan.
You would... Okay. Probably need to reload the libraries. Ooh. Okay. We got it. If you need the list of dependencies, just let me know in the chat and I can search back what we installed. But we had libtool, I think. So libtool, libpcap dev, libs, yeah, this one, libbz2 dev, and that was it. So 3 libraries, and oh yeah, Bison for yet another C compiler, I guess, and that's it. Okay, so why do we want NFPCAPD rather? It's because we can just get out from the directory. We can use this to read a PCAP file, and then let's do. I'm gonna make a directory here. Make directory. Let's call this netflow, and then what was the? Need to cheat again. So we need to. I think it's a -r, but I'm not sure.
Read from.
Yeah, so we're gonna read a PCAP file up, and then we need to write it.
Set the flow
So-
output no default,
Okay, so we're going to drop it into the directory.
and we want subdirect.
Okay. Just want to check what's the. Yeah, because it's really just this. It does the same thing as NFPCAPD, just on NFCAPD, just on PCAP files. So it has even, I think, the same options. Default is nothing.
One is year, month.
I want
day.
this. I want to have the date
Subdirect,
hash.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't need the hour one. So the command was -r, then the file, -l for the output directory, which was netflow, and then -s one. Okay. Just check real quick if we have that one here.
Netflow.
These are the files that we could. Okay, cool. So you should see
Month,
a date
year,
hash, yeah,
month, day.
and day. And the reason why this is cool is with nfdump, when you do the analysis and filtering, you can point it to just a specific directory. So now we can nfdump, and I can do a recursive read, netflow, and I can choose which day I want to read the PCAPs from, or if I leave it like this, it reads the entire month. So I can just do only 18 or only 19th of September. But I'm just going to do it like this. Couple of things we can do with nfdump. So nfdump, well, we can do I can try a help, but it's fairly extensive what you can do with it. It even allows you to do filtering. It's not gonna be BPF filtering, but specific to nfdump. And it allows you to do a search. We can use it. Now we have a couple leads, like I can do a filter, for example, for just this post that I saw. I can do something like this. And as you can see, this has, I think by default, it's every... maybe I'm wrong. So no, it's just a lot of connections there. So we have a ton of connections,
so
and
at the beginning, when you first checked with T-Shark, we saw that there were many.
so I'm just checking here the column name. So we have date per scene, duration. This is the default output, but you can change it. I sometimes I like to add the O long, for example, and this adds things like flags. Because we're short on time, I'm not gonna explain what that means for a flow. So this is, as you can see here with the TCP sessions, flags are set on packets. It's a summary. So all the flags that we see throughout the connection, we have packets, we have bytes, and the flows one is not really interesting unless you do an aggregation. So if I do, for example, -A, I will tell with this NFDump to do an aggregation based on the IP addresses, ports, and the protocol. If they're the same, it's going to count together the flow records. And as you can see, we're not getting too much because of the ports here are different. I can also tell it to do a custom aggregation and just see like trying to think how you do this. I think you have to do it like source source address. I can't remember. Let me do a quick man page. NFDump. On capital A. Okay, so source IP, and it has to be separated by commas. SA is, I always mix it up with the format string thing. DST IP, and now we have here some statistical info, and we see the actually this output doesn't make too much sense because you can do the same thing with statistics. Oh, that's it. That's all we have for this. So even without a head, we see the summary. 22 megs transferred here between these two, and that's the other direction. Well, most of the tools actually for NetFlow are unidirectional. So if you want to do bidirectional, I think you can do -B. Maybe it's lowercase or capital B. I can't know. Can it set custom by more? Okay, so I cannot do custom aggregation on that because the bidirectional thing is an aggregation itself. But we see the same duration, same start times here. So this is the same TCP. Well, longer. Not really a session because we saw short sessions, but it's the same connection between the two for a longer period of time. So this aggregation is more of an extrapolation from the data. And we also see some very little traffic between the desktop and this IP address. This is pretty interesting. I'm going to type it into NFDump, and I'm gonna call it like it's an aggregation, something like that. I'm gonna put this one aside. So there are ways to spot this IP address in NFDump as well, if you don't know what we're looking for. And what I like to do is I like to run a quick statistics on it. That one is definitely IP bytes. And then I also like to do, let's do SRC bytes. I think it's the same as DST port. I'll explain what this does in a second. So I like to run these two statistics. So the -S is asking for statistics. The first one is the top talkers. By default, it's top 10, but with -N, you can also modify this to have different top values. I think the default one is pretty okay. So top talkers here. Can you see that? There's our IP address. There's another one here. That looks even. Oh no, sorry. This is based on bytes, but number of flows are probably more interesting. Yeah. So here in the statistics, I'm telling to NFDump to give me the top talkers and order the list by bytes. That's why even though it's only 2 flows, it seems to be like, you can check what IP address this is, but it's only 2 flows here. and this is the larger amount of the largest amount of data transferred to. We don't see what is the destination IP because we're just looking at statistics. And then there's the destination port one, and this is also ordered by bytes. There's the RDP port, and there's 443 as well, and a bunch of ephemeral ports. So probably, because I see that the flow is probably more interesting, ordering by bytes is probably not the best approach here. So I'm going to just quickly pipe this to nfdump dot bytes or something. So I'm just piping it to a file for later in case we need it. I'm going to change it to flows for both because that looked more interesting. Flows. All right. Now we have our domain controller, the IP address, then the desktop system, and some other IP addresses that I don't recognize, and these 200s. I think we saw a couple of these as well. Now the port list looks much more interesting. So RDP is on top. Highly anomalous. That's not normal. That's not normal. So most number of flows going there, almost 45% of the flows on top. This is normal. I haven't mentioned this part here, I think. So this P is to make a double split, which means that when I ask for the port, I want to distinguish by protocol. So this is a distinction that is important in case of things like DNS, for example, can use UDP and TCP. So we have here ports listed. We have this is probably DNS, HTTP. Now we don't know for sure that it's really the actual. So this RDP port used can be even SSH or whatever. So we don't have application layer visibility here, but it's a good hypothesis to move forward. And we have the PCAP, so we can verify if it's really RDP or looks like RDP. Some ephemeral ports will make it here just because we don't have any distinction on who's the server, who's the client here. But our knowledge of protocol stacks, like Eva mentioned, these ephemeral ports are usually incremented, and these high ports are usually for client processes. We kind of have an idea that okay, it's probably going to be here the server side process. There's also LDAP here, so pretty Kerberos, pretty standard things. And let me just direct this to file for later. nfdump stats, and then here flows.txt. So as you can see, I don't probably we shouldn't spend too much time on now the individual tools, but as you can see, we were also able to identify this IP address here and the fact that some RDP shenanigans are going around. Once you have the tools installed, it's much faster. Like you just ask for these statistics, and that's why I really like the nfdump tools, because it has this built-in statistical capability. We also did just a simple aggregation, and we well, we don't have the ports here, but we could have added like, you know, the problem with the port was we saw the RDP port, but the problem was the ephemeral port changes here. We also see here although I kind of turned it other way around. So first, if you just use purely flows, you would do the statistics first and then check on the IP address, but you get the idea. All right, so that's for flow. What other tools we should check out? We already have the IP address, so I promise at the very end we're gonna check on the PCAP file and see a few things. But why don't we install Zeek? So for Zeek install, because it's not installed, I do have let me just find it. I put it aside, or I can just find it here. go to the Zeek documentation. Called Zeek. Installing Zeek. You can go to installing Zeek using prebuilt binaries. And I can't remember which link is this. Yeah, that's the one. So it's Zeek has prebuilt binaries on the OpenSUSE SUSE repo. We need Ubuntu. Need to add this manually. We are on an LTS NF system. I'm just going to grab all the, well, maybe just one by one. And Zeek is a fantastic network security monitoring tool. But just for completeness sake, I also plan to install Suricata just very, very quick to get a quick peek. Now we can install Zeek here. You can also compile it from source, but that takes a couple hours. So we're not going to do that one. Instead, I'm just going to use the binary package. Which one do you like better, Suricata or Zeek?
I cannot say that I'm in Portugal, so.
What does that mean? I did not expect that answer. Yeah.
It means that I'm Portugal.
Or?
Zeek.
Oh. Yeah, this is for, okay, maybe no configuration. So this is for alerting on Zeek, but I don't want to configure that one. We don't need that because we're just going to use it as a forensics tool. Again, to read in a PCAP file and then distill it down into...
What's your favorite?
I do like Zeek a bit more, but I like the Zeek ecosystem in general. It's really a purpose-built tool. I like the scripting engine. Spicy, it's so good. So Spicy is an intermediate, like higher level language to describe a protocol, and you can compile it into a protocol parser. Zeek is based on C++. Nobody wants to code in C++ unless you're a game developer, maybe, I guess. But same people, they try to stay away from it unless they really have to. And I haven't met a programmer who was like, yeah, I do love programming in C++. They're just like, yeah, I have to use it. But they're never like, it's such a great language. It's very confusing. I think it has so many language elements that it's really hard to properly comprehend. And they introduce new elements every time. So no one wants to do that. And instead there's Spicy. And we should totally have a couple of streams on Spicy. I want to create protocol parsers. So this would be a good opportunity. And we can also spend some time on Zeek scripting. I have so many ideas what we can look at together. But now I should have, oh no, I need to, I think I need to add this to a bunch of places. Okay, let me think. We definitely need to add this to the environment variables. Zeek by default is installed under opt Zeek, then bin should have the binary for Zeek. So we definitely need to add it here for the path variable. I'll also add it to sudoers, but I will modify, I think, the ownership on the directory here. Ch own sense forensics. Maybe I should do it recursive. So I just don't want to have sudo all the time to access the Zeek functionality. I never remember. And of course I need sudo to do that. By default it's owned by a group. Okay. And the only problem is that I think in order to take effect, I don't think this will work like this. No, I still have Zeek. I think I need to log out and log back in. Forensics. So if you're following along, I just installed Zeek. Where's the I closed it. For the, yeah. In the meantime, I found it in my log. So went to, or I can just check the history. Yeah, show me how. It's cool. I just went to this site from the Zeek documentation, and really the only thing that you need to do here is follow these steps. And afterwards, I added it to the environmental variables, so did the ownership on the directory so that I can do this. Okay, so we have Zeek installed. Now Zeek, let me create a directory for Zeek. So the thing is, when I listen to a Core Light webcast, like I listened to, I forgot the name of the main developer, it will come to me, but he's German. And he keeps referring to Zeek as Seek. I don't know what's the correct pronunciation at this point.
Wouldn't it be...
I don't know, they say Seek. But the name of Zeek comes from the Far Side cartoons, at least I've been told. And yeah, I'm not sure. So my problem with the current state of our little Zeek here is if I do something like this to read a PCAP file, it will read it without a problem. However, we're probably not going to install now the plugins. I'll just show you one plugin that should we install. Joffrey, right? Joffrey is so I'll do a Joffrey just to show you how it's done. I don't think you need it. Yeah, so Zeek, when you read a PCAP file, it will generate all the Zeek log files. Normally when you do it live, it generates it under the opt Zeek directory hierarchy under the logs. But if you just read a PCAP file and distill it down into Zeek logs, then it will generate it in the directory where you issue the command. And let's do head, I don't know. And my problem is that it's tab delimited. And I personally like to do at least 2 configuration changes. So let's do nano opt Zeek. I think it's share Zeek local or something. No, site, and then local Zeek. So this is normally I would create a copy of this, but I'll just edit this directly. So the tuning defaults is yeah.
Let's make a copy. Yeah.
The tuning defaults is with the tab delimited one, and I think they changed it. It's not just JSON, but it's JSON-logs, I think, or JSON log. Can't remember. Let me Google that one real quick. They changed this one recently. I'm pretty sure it was JSON in the back. Yeah, JSON logs. In the past, this was JSON logs. And maybe the other thing that we could change is to do file extraction. For that one, I need to cheat again. Zeek files or something like that. This is the one, I think, Policy Framework. I think so. I'm just trying to remember. Don't like it. I think it's this one. Policy Framework. I'll try it like this. So I'm going to install this plugin here. Because Zeek can do file extraction, so load. Well, there's policy protocols that I think it's really good. So we'll see. And if I, why is it permission?
Oh, because you did not open.
Yeah. I'm just going to copy it in. Zeek, was it share? Zeek. Right. Load tuning JSON dash logs. And here at the very end. Files. I need this one. So this is something called a policy file, but essentially it's a Zeek script. We're just using it to load other Zeek scripts. So it's really just an overall like a Zeek script that if we point Zeek now to this one, so instead of just doing Zeek like this, say local Zeek. I don't think even you need to do the Zeek one. Might take significantly longer, so I think it's good. Oh, okay. I can fix that one. By default, it tries to send a. Okay, this is kind of annoying. It tries to send an email notification. So email. Yeah, I will just disable this one. It should solve the problem. I
also need to overwrite it.
Yeah, but best is to delete all. Because it's gonna be different format.
PCAP file is in a different format.
Yeah. I just created a Zeek folder here, so now it doesn't have. And now we have additional files because that policy file also has some SMB related scripts, and we also have the extract files. First, let's check if we have now JSON. So let's do add con.log. It's in JSON. So I wonder if JQ is installed here.
Oh,
at least JQ is installed. So now it's nice JSON format, and I can't remember. We did mess around with JSON in one of the streams. I think. I don't know if anyone remembers if we did it. I think we did it. Does anyone remember if we did JQ? I think we did JQ. So now we have a nice JSON, and in extracted files. We have, so the SSL ones are probably just certificates, so that's pretty useless, but I do see here HTTP.
yeah.
So if we do, go ahead.
I just saw it.
Yeah, we have a couple HTTP ones, but actually, let me.
Here is one, for example.
Yeah, no, there's plenty. So what I like to do here is just do a quick file, and for example, HTTP could be interesting. So we have here zip archive. I like to search for something like PE. Like this, for portable executable. We do have two. I do suspect what this might be, but we can verify it. So there's some ID values here that I can grab. Let me just get to another. I can do a grep on this ID value. In files.log, an HTTP log and p.log, there should be an entry with this. So this is a unique identifier that identifies the file itself, and you can use it to correlate between the different Zeek logs. We should probably install the community ID. So community ID, we're going to install it, but I also want to do Joffrey hashes, and I'm looking for the. Did you see the file name here? Maybe an HTTP log. There it is. I suspected that one.
Yep.
So we have the file carved out here. I could calculate the hash value, but I don't have to because Zeek does it in files.log. So I can grab, for example, the MD5 hash and look it up. just going to look it up like this. Joe Sandbox is fine. Joe Sandbox is awesome.
Oh,
Malicious. And it's Metasploit. Even identifies it. That's why I like Joe Sandbox. Well, we don't know for sure if it's really Metasploit, Metapertor. But I mean, someone uploaded it with the same name, so I think it's intentional. And it looks like a Metasploit virus, such. There's the whole tree here.
we see an IP address that is familiar.
Oh,
If you
okay.
go back,
Where is it?
if you go,
You saw
down a
something?
bit, yes.
Go ahead. I'm just browsing it through, like,
I think this IP address. Isn't it the one that we've seen before?
I mean, we saw a couple of 200s.
But you took notes.
Yeah. Is there a better? There's a better place. Contained IP. Do you see it somewhere? It was two or three or something
yeah.
like that. Oh. No, I don't want to search like this. Thank you very much, Joe Sandbox.
Ah, here are.
Okay, and there's also some additional ones here. Okay, should we check our notes if we have any of these? We have a bunch of things in there. Oh,
Yep,
it's there.
that's the one.
Okay. And how about the other one? I'm gonna put the Joe Sandbox analysis also on the. Maybe we do have it there. It's just truncated, so maybe it's a. Okay, cool. So far we only did network forensics. I'm just saying, and we already identified the payload that was delivered. We don't know it for sure, but I think it's pretty cool. Just network gives us all these details. So yeah, we have the files extracted there. We could do here, because we have the extracted file, we could do malware analysis. Not today, because we're running out of time. I do want to add a couple, so you can extend Zeek with a ton of functionality. We did, like, what, 2 years ago, a workshop with
Maybe
Sense.
more.
I think it was 2-ish years ago. On extending Zeek and a bit of Spicy. So there's the no, it's just my notes. So there's the package manager for Zeek, which is the ZKJ. No, why? And by default, I think it doesn't do much. So there's the list of commands. Let me just check the upgrade command. So Zeek has a package manager because there are plenty of packages. I think you can do it with a list command.
Permission on that.
Is it? I thought that I did the ownership on the directory.
On the binary.
Oh.
This is in Zeek War, Zeek Share.
Yeah, it was just the binary. So /alt says Zeek. That's where I wanted to do it. Okay, already up to date. Let's do a list. Yeah. I'm trying to wait. Isn't that list?
List info.
Oh, I think it's like list and then you can do a help. List all. I think that's the. So we have list all for. Well, you can do list installed. And there's nothing. List all. I'm gonna pipe it to less because it's very long. Actually, if you wanna see how many packages Zeek currently have, and this is the official repo, there's 200. And there's all sorts of ones. I do like the oh look, Amazon
Anthony Casa.
Yeah, he's I think he has something to do with Core Lightning. So the ones that I do like, there's some Spicy specific ones. So these are protocol parsers made in Spicy already. FireGuard. The OpenVPN one is pretty useful. So those are already, yeah, you cannot see it because So Spicy is a framework that I mentioned. Zeek Quick for HTTP free. And I like to search for fingerprinting for some of the these are not the ones that I'm.
They're very broad.
Yeah, but it's the Salesforce one that I want to have. So Joffrey, those are the hash one. Those are super useful ones. So I'm just going to install a few of these. Visit cpkg, install Joffrey, I think, right? Yes. I'm gonna drop in the hash one as well, just for. There's also the bazaar. I also want to do bazaar. So hash. These are fingerprinting methods, and if you followed the last week's stream, we don't have a podcast yet. Last week's stream we had Enzyme, and it was doing this kind of fingerprinting on beacon and probe response frames for wireless. Very similar concept to what we have here for Joffrey is for SSL TLS connections, hash is for SSH, and there's also RDFP, I think, for RDP. RDFP is from the Paranoids. RDFP. The Paranoids, which is the team name for Andivik and Elsie, who are the developers of Archime.
Oh.
So it's from their team. Yeah, that's where it's coming from. Paranoids. They call themselves the Paranoids. I think they're such a fun bunch of people. What was it? Bazaar. Bazaar is from MITRE. I'm gonna do that one as well. Bazaar. This one will create entries in notice.log, which is like a sort of alert kind of log for Zeek. And they will include the MITRE attack framework tactics and tools IDs, so you can look it up. And they do analysis on it, so they identify like reconnaissance and C2 and these kind of things. Super useful stuff. And what was it? The community ID was the one that I wanted to install. It's the Core Light. It's from Core Light. There it is, Zeek community ID. And there are, you can experiment all day long and install them. They usually come out with plugins for recent vulnerabilities and such. I'm just looking at build. Let me just check what's wrong here. And this is pretty useful. If something is missing, I think there's some dependency missing. Yeah, CMake is missing. So sudo apt install CMake. Yeah, because they use CMake in Zeek quite a lot. Which is as long as it's under the hood, I don't care. But if I have to deal with that, then yeah, I probably there's a lot of C++ under the hood in Zeek. So community ID one more time, and these are extensions, so they're extending the original log functionality. All of these fingerprint values will have an additional field added. Community ID goes to conduct.log. The Joffrey hash will go to SSL log. I think RDFP creates a separate log. That's different, but it adds another log file. But the hash is going to be in ssh.log for the fingerprint value. And you can use these to distinguish legitimate software for illegitimate one. For Joffrey, for example, there's the jafreer.com site, which contains different fingerprint values, including some malware fingerprint values if they have their own SSL libraries. So this is based on the client Hello, and there's also the server-side version of it, which is jfrees with an S after the free. Or I can sometimes mix it. I call it Joffrey or jfree. depending on what mood I am in. I think the official pronunciation is Joffrey, at least John Althouse pronounced it like this. And he's one of the JAs in the name. So this is for Infosec Trivia Nights, which we might organize later, because I want to have Infosec Trivia with some friends or other streamers, or I don't know. It's the initials of the three Salesforce engineers. They're all JA. And it was three of them who came up with the fingerprint. So 3 times JA, get it? It's horrible. So now that we have all these plugins installed, though, I need to add them to my policy file. Maybe I will do it in a separate terminal, so that I can remember. So, plugins or something like that. Do it like this. So I need to load Joffrey, right? I need to load hash. I need to load what else did we install? Bazaar, yeah.
Community IP.
There was also RDFP. Load RDFP and then community ID. I think that was all, right? I'm just gonna copy this. Yeah. Let's see. So cancel. I'm just gonna remove the continue lines here. Okay. So get rid of all and run Zeek again. And I'm pretty sure I made some, oops. Sorry. I'm pretty sure I made some typos along the way. Where's my Zeek? Okay, this is ridiculous. I can type it in. Just don't want to. Local.zeek. Policy file. This is just a warning. It's fine. RDFP has some bugs in it, I think. This is probably normal. Okay. So RDFP definitely works because there is now a new, and this is useful for RDP actually. JQ. Well, now everything is in JQ format, and this is a client hash. Now, cookie mmap. So someone run an mmap scan.
And that IP address is pretty familiar.
Oh, it's the same IP, so they
Yeah.
run probably an mmap scan
Yeah.
in the very beginning. So what the reason why I spend so much time on configuring this is now with the JSON, I can very easily do the same tricks or similar tricks, but Zeek has already all the fields parsed out, so I don't need to figure out the fields. I just look at one entry and I can say, show me all the cookie values, and then do a sort unique. You know this. We all know this now, right? Let's do that. There's administrator, and so the quotes are because by default we will have the field with the quotes. If you don't want to have the quotes, do a -r and you get the raw value. So yeah, there's one
Only
mmap.
There's only one.
Yeah. It seems like there's only one. There can be only one.
We were very
I'm
lucky
gonna-
to have it as first.
Yeah. Well, probably because they started with the scan and then did the rest. So the rest is administrator. We can also check the IPs. What's the field name? They're torturing me. So the problem with this one is I cannot just select the IP like this because it's not. It's the problem here is the the dot here in the ID. And then I need, I think, no wait, like I think it's like this. It's pretty ugly. Yep, but I got it. So because of the special naming here, which is coming from the background of Zeek, when it comes to JSON, it's not ideal. I wish, and So underscore H, origin underscore H, in case of wondering, is source IP. And then you also have origin underscore P for source port, and there's also RISP underscore for the destination side. Okay, sort. I should have an alias for this one. Sometimes I do create an alias if I have to do it a lot of times. Okay, so 100 of these, probably the rest of the the admin ones are also belonging to this. We can actually display more than one. And now I'm really pushing it. Now I'm really pushing it. How do we do it? I think it's like this. What was it? Cookie, right? I'm not sure what I did. So this is not what I wanted to display.
No.
Well, we do have the cookie values. It's just not in one single line. I'm pretty sure this is so. Oh no, I know. Yeah, because so let me show you this. So what happened here is the -r will give you the raw values, but it's not a single line, and the compressed output in JQ will give you everything in a single line, because I wanted to display the two together, just to identify what was the administrator one. So I think that this might be some like brute forcing, RDP brute forcing. Like they did one Nmap scan and then they tried like, I don't know, 99 different passwords for administrator, maybe, or something like that. This is cool. Putting it aside. So this is the kind of analysis that you can.
Hi everyone. This DFIR Madness is here.
Okay, we really need to. Okay, after this, I think we have to make it a rule that we invite the person who we're testing, and it's always on Monday. So thank you very much for jumping in.
Thank you.
You're second. So last week, get this. You're not gonna believe this. Last week, we're messing around with Enzyme. I just had this because we had the stream where I assembled a Ponagochi and a Pie Sniffer. Friday is usually when we do some hardware related stuff. Like we still have the pieces of the 3D printer that we bought as a kid because I'm an idiot. And we're spending hours on assembling it. So I had the idea that let's do an enzyme, a Greylog, Kismet, virus intrusion detection stream, where we try to configure these on a Raspberry Pi. And we're just about to configure the enzyme configuration file, I think. Yeah. And Leonard, the author of Enzyme, comes into the stream and he's like, hello.
Or maybe he just pitied us
at
that point.
He was lurking, and we're like, what was it? Like we installed a couple of dependencies and we were like discussing what should we set for the different values. So he helped out in the configuration. But we're super happy that you're here. We plan to do.
And thank you for the great project.
Yeah, this is awesome that you provide this. I saw that. So I think originally, because you were asking where did I find this, and I started to remember. I think I first saw the Stolen Szechuan thing, this case that you put together from. Now I'm brain freezing again, from the creator of Network Miner and Cap Loader, Eric Henwick. So he did testing, and I think he also covered it in a video or something.
Thank you.
And yeah, so I thought that later it would be cool to do our analysis. So we're basically trying to stay away from it's not really the theme of the stream, but the idea with the stream was to stay away from Wireshark as long as we can and do just the analysis using command line tools. So we covered T-Shark, NFDump, Now we're looking at Zeek, and we're running out of time, but I also want to install quickly Suricata and maybe just very briefly look at it. And then we already identified the what we believe to be one of the malicious IP addresses, and we extracted there was an executable file that we found.
And the Joe Sandbox report.
And Joe Sandbox reported it as Maturpature. So we have a pretty good
with another
picture so far on what happened just by looking at the PCAP. And originally I planned to look at the memory image as well, but then I chose SIFT to do the analysis. And it's going to be probably phenomenal for the disk space and the memory side. But all the tools that we used so far, we had to either reinstall it because it was missing. Like NFPCAPD was not there. I think the person who set up, forgot his name. He's going to hate me for this. He's now full-time SROC, I think, who's working on the SIFT project. He installed it from the package, so we didn't have like NFPCAPD to distill the PCAP into NetFlow, so we had to reinstall that, and we configured Zeek with some plugins there. So yeah, that was the idea. Wireshark secondary tool, in my opinion. Yeah. So that's what we want to show to folks here on the stream, that how can you, because it's the PCAP file is not super large. I mean, for network miner, this would be already probably a bit too much. I need to check what Eric did, because I think he also had a blog post and covered it. But like 200, let's do it human readable. Sorry. So 200-ish megs. Yeah, it's a good example. I think that it's a size that Wireshark probably will be able to handle, but yeah, it's better to do the proper analysis. And I think we already have plenty of things here covered. So, but it's a really nice surprise that you jumped in. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
See, I told you we should invite folks. When we did the flaws and flaws to CTF, I was ready that anytime Scott will jump in and he's like, you're doing it wrong. Oh, by the way, in his solution, we discovered there was an issue. And I spent like 15 minutes on trying to figure out the AWS command for, I can't remember, to list, I think, containers. It requires the region. It's not in the help in the CLI tools. You have to figure it out from blog posts. And yeah, I think they recently changed it.
And he just enjoyed what you said.
Yeah, maybe he was just like, ha. International made the PCAP too large analysis with Wireshark, or at least. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome because it's very realistic from a network forensics point of view. So we were just, I think, finishing up with Zeek. We saw the extracted files. We looked at RDP. Just as a for those of you who are looking at the
last thing I will say, and then I will get out of your ways. Your analysis is correct. One scan followed by 99 brute force attempts. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's. I mean, we can verify that one with other tools, but that was just that was more. So it's not verified, but it kind of looks like it. And still around. We're almost finishing up. So
if you have time,
if you have time, because I believe you're in US, so you might still have to work.
Nice three.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Are you East Coast or West Coast? We're based in Europe, so for us it's like already we're going overboard with the stream. Just as a quick example, so a couple of things that I want to show you folks is all that sweat and tears that went into installing some of these plugins. You probably cannot see it like this. Was for things like adding this here, and I think we will have to grab one connection lock here that has that IP address. Let me just do and if you use JQ, never ever, I think I already said it, but never ever.
I'm a mountain time So it's 1:10 p.m.
Okay, so it's
UTC,
just your
minus
lunch break,
7.
I guess. But it's so nice that you
Thank
jumped
you.
by. So if you want to search, where's the IP address? It's over here. If you want to search in JSON, you can use the select function with JQ. I highly recommend against it because it's slow, it's not optimized. What am I doing here? Oh, I had here. Yeah. Right. Yes, I know I could have just grabbed. I just want to have, because later the last piece, I just want to grab a community ID here. Doesn't matter which one. I'm gonna grab one in the bottom because I want to show you what community ID can do. It's again, I don't get it. How come I didn't come up with this? It's such an elegant thing. So community ID is in the conduct log here. Keep doing this stupid thing, right? Just drop in another music here, another playlist. So this is very loud. Sorry about the volume. So we have multiple IDs. You saw already the file ID. There's the UID for connections in case of Zeek, and that allows you to correlate this with other files. What kind of traffic we're looking at? There's some multicast DNS here, so we can do a graph on this and see where it occurs. Obviously, this occurs in dns.log, and you can use this to correlate files. The community ID one here will allow you to correlate across pools, and basically it's using the socket pair. It just creates this base64 blob, as you can see. And I hope that we have the correct version of Wireshark here installed. You still have to enable it, I think, in that is pre, what is the version of Wireshark that we pre 3.4, I think. Not 100% sure. No, it's not. Okay, here I think we explicitly have to go in the protocols and enable it. I can't remember where, but we'll find it. And then we can do a search on this value. I just really want to show you this because it's just totally mind-blowing. Okay, Zeek, one last thing with Zeek. So we did the analysis of T-Shark, and because of that, it would be overlapping with that one. But I want to show you real quick that you can do the same kind of analysis like we did it on, what was the interesting one? User agent string was not interesting, but we had host, maybe we can get the
We
host.
should have about fish.
What? Oh yeah. If you're still around, James.
Here, it looks like DFIR Madness, but
Okay,
the
yes,
article was
yeah.
written by.
Yeah, so we're not going to dock you then in this team. So DFIR
No,
Madness.
its name is at the end of the.
Okay, it's
blog,
okay.
so-
So if you're still around, and I can't remember the. We saw one strange server string here. For now, it's surprising, but like this one here. So is this an Easter egg? Because it's definitely not just something random there. If you're still here and you can elaborate on this one, we can try to find it. Now I'm just a bit confused why I do not see any. James is fine. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
So we saw this server string here. Was that you, or you just accidentally bumped into something? And while you're trying to answer that question, I'm just wondering, where do we have the Zeek does log the server string, right? I'm just confused. Zeek http.log, not log server string. proxy server. No, this is not. It's weird. I don't see any indication. Usually it's one single entry for the request and response. Okay, let's do the host. I don't want to waste too much time, so host, and we can do the usual sort, unique sort. I really should have an alias for this one. Now I'm just almost getting tired of, oops, typing this one in. So there it is on the top.
Sorry, stream broke up on my end. What is the question?
Oh, the question is, we found a server string that has the shrug emoji in the server string. We also found the simple HTTP. Maybe I should just try to look for this one in the meantime. But so you can do the same kind of analysis there.
And in the meantime, if you have a question from...
Are you hacker? I guess a little. I don't know. I think I need to verify it. But how about you? Are you a hacker? Is it like exclamation mark?
No, thank you for the following.
Do a hacker on it. Yeah, mark? And then at. So we will determine if you're a hacker.
At?
No, it's exclamation mark how hacker all together. How hacker.
Hacker.
Yeah, and then space, and then you need to include the handle. So at and then the handle.
Oops.
Yeah, just start typing. Yeah.
Like this?
Enter. Yeah. Well, I'm afraid you still need to learn because you're only 48% hacker, but you're in the right place.
I'm trying to be a hacker.
So if you're trying to be a hacker, you're in the right place. And then we'll see if you can improve. By the way, don't take the percentage too seriously. It's just a random number. We just did this command, so.
But you can run it yourself.
Yeah. If you just do exclamation mark how hacker, then it's going to by default go for your handle. So in the meantime, let me try to do that's super weird. So by default, it seems like Zeek does not include the server string anymore.
I should stop it because now it...
Oh, now it decreased.
No, sorry, it's my bad.
Well, there's a timer there.
Oh.
But it's random. It's totally random, so don't sweat it. It's just something that we fool around. There's also exclamation mark Rador Brulu that you can try out if you want to. So these are just fun commands, but it's just
but
a
it's
JavaScript
not funny.
random.
Yeah.
Okay, my guys are messing around with that one. So you're more blue team than red team, but it's just a random value. Okay, apparently this is not included in the HTTP log. So good thing that we did this analysis here. For T-Shark for the server string. One last thing that I want to do is install Suricata and give you a quick view on that. And then I promise we're going to open up Wireshark for just that IP address to see. We probably won't be able to uncover anything, but we can check if the shrug emoji, we can find it in Wireshark. So Suricata. Box. User guide is almost good. I just go for the. I think this is the greatest version. Latest. By the way, we're not hacking here. That's more for Wednesdays. So Monday streams are more blue team oriented. But you can still learn a ton that you can leverage later for an assessment. Even as a penetration tester or red
maybe
teamer.
that's why your JavaScript gives such low scores.
No, it's just a dumb random. So we're going to use again the binary packages. I'm just going to really quickly install Suricata here. And I think we also need to install all Lua scripting. So and I'm a big fan of Lua scripting, but it's a more generic scripting language that you can use to extend functionality. And just getting back to the question, like, is it Suricata?
So the question again with the shrug.
Okay, one last time, but then you will see it also in the Wireshark. We found this server string in the PCAP using T-Shark and just enumerating all the server strings. Is this an Easter egg or does it have a significance? Ah, okay, so that's one of the
There are
Easter
a few
eggs.
Easter eggs. Which one were
Okay,
you
yeah,
looking at?
Yeah. So this is the shrug emoji as the server string. I kind of suspected that this is an Easter egg, but it's a pretty good one. And look like
But
this is
I
displayed.
think that there are a couple of.
Okay,
There are a few Easter eggs.
we'll hunt down the Easter eggs. We're kind of running out of time and going too long with this stream, so we're probably just going to, if we bump into one, then we're going to take note of that one. But other than that, we're probably not going to go into an Easter egg hunt for now. So Suricata versus Zeek. Suricata is getting really close to Zeek, I think, in terms of becoming more and more of an NSN tool. It's still more, I think, an alert based intrusion detection system. But you will see that the AIF JSON file contains pretty much the same thing as Zeek, but the alerting functionality is probably the interesting side of it.
In the meantime, yeah, James is saying that honestly, I don't remember putting that one in there. It might be incidental.
Oh, okay. So I just wanna upgrade the rules. I forgot what's the command is. Got update, I think. I wonder if I need to issue this as root. No, okay. We're just updating the rules. By default, it downloads it into permission denied. Oh, in sudo. Because it's the default directory where it loads it, and a configuration does look at the directory by default. So this is just running the rule update. Suricata-update was the command that I issued. Other than that, it's super straightforward. On Ubuntu, you just add the repository, update, install, boom, there it is. And again, we don't care about setting it up as an intrusion detection system. We really just use it here in this stream and for our use case as a forensics tool that will distill down the PCAP file and hopefully provide us some interesting alerts. We'll see. The emerging threat rule set is pretty cool for that one, especially if we see like C2 activity or similar. They do, and we kind of know already that it's Metasploit was used. So we'll see. I think this will take some time. In the meantime, I just remembered something. Maybe I'm wondering. We had one IP address here that we put aside from the Joe Sandbox analysis.
Oh, with the 19.0
Yeah.
Did you search for 19?
No, I'm just gonna go back to the. No, it was 203 or something, wasn't it?
23 was here indeed.
I think it's this one.
That one we saw in this here, yeah.
Wow, why Joe Sandbox has this weird. Okay, so this one. I just want to look at the Zeek logs. Right. And then .lock.
Only in connection.
That's super weird. Only in .lock. There was another one.
Not even
as well.
in weird.
Yeah. There's another one. Ooh. That's a big tree there. I didn't put properly aside the.
Oh, here they are, but I don't think that we. And there's another one as well.
Okay, you can check them.
But look, those are with different file names. Okay, that's different.
Okay, yeah, it's extracted files is a directory.
So here, if you see those have different.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we only have this one. It's weird that it's only in on.log.
It is.
I'm gonna put that one aside. Okay, how is Suricata is done. I'm just going to make a directory here, Suricata, get in there, and do the same thing. Normally, this does not require me to do anything other than running it like this. And I could modify the appropriate directories so that I'm going to do sudo because I'm just reading up a PCAP file, but yeah, we're kind of running out of time, so I'm doing it in a haste. And we didn't even have time for the auto runs part. So anyways, so this is the last thing. I don't think I had anything else in mind to run. I mean, there are plenty of other tools we can run against the PCAP file.
What we discussed
maybe
at
another time.
We can just take the interesting packets from
Yeah. Oh yeah. So finally, if we you mean to use TCP dump to just get the relevant part
and
out.
then open with Wireshark.
Yeah. So yeah, while Suricata is working on it, normally when you encounter a large PCAP file like this one here, one approach that you can take is after you do this higher level analysis and identify good leads, to use something like TCP dump and a BPF to read and write out just the part that you want from the PCAP. And we identified this IP address here. No, not like this. Let's call it like underscore. And I need a BPF at the end. So this command, go in, read the PCAP file. The -n is again there for the same reason that I explained with TCP dump. We're going to write out the results, and there's a BPF. Regardless of the directionality, I want to have everything related to that IP address in that PCAP file. And our hope is that the resulting PCAP file will be smaller. If we run now, for example, cap infos against this one, we see that the file size decreased. Number of packets cut in half. Okay, not a huge decrease, but still, in terms of size, now it's 1/4 of the original size. So this one we should be able to easily open up with Wireshark. Okay. Eventually do this. And one last thing before we finish up the stream, because this makes my eyes tick. So we're going to customize a little bit Wireshark, just a couple of things to make it more, as I like to call it, tactical. In the meantime, Suricata finished, and the interesting file in this case is really like stats and fast log and Suricata log. Those are more, yeah. The file for Suricata is the ave.json. Sorry, let me just run that through JQ. And we have different event types. It contains flow logs, it has parsers for HTTP, DNS, stuff like that. And it also has alerts. So I think event type alerts should give us, let's see, event type. You know what's coming next. Unique C. So by the end of the stream, everyone will just, we'll just have this burned into their memory. Sort, unique sort. So there's some anomaly. Usually that's kind of noisy. It's like TCP checksum failure and stuff like that. Kerberos, HTTP. So we can look at those, and you will see that they're pretty much the same as before. And we also have alert. So if we want to take a look at the alerts.
In the meantime, you've got a question.
One sec. Check it. I just wanna do
Just like we will answer in the chat, we will show you the URL as well.
I just want to do a filter on alerts. Alert, I think. think it looks good. So GQ, but let's do. Oh, this is tricky. No, so I can just grab new JSON. JSON and I think we're back. Sorry about that. OBS decided to crash on us before we could finish, but we're back. All right, so what I was about to do is looking at the alerts, and what was the question here in the meantime? What are you doing here, like challenge? Yeah, so we are doing the DFIR Madness Case 1 Stolen Szechuan from James. I just need to find this is the one. So let me just drop the link here. And today we are doing the PCAP analysis side. So if you want to, we're almost finishing up, but if you want to watch the recording afterwards, you can go and download the PCAP one. Today we only had time to do that, but we're covering a lot of different techniques, tools, and aspects, so you can check that one out. And I was about to do what? Let me just check back here the structure, and let me put back this into full screen. Yeah, sometimes OBS is just not stable now, but I still like it among the broadcast softwares. But recently we had so many problems, and I'm running the latest, greatest one, that I'm thinking of maybe trying out some other broadcast software as well. But I do like the overlays and all that stuff that I put in there, so it's kind of a hard decision to make. Yeah. So under an alert event type, we have alert. And then within alert, which is another, like there's nested object, there's signature. So I would like to do this kind of stack analysis on alert.
Oh, there's an excellent write-up. So if you visit that URL and you scroll down towards to the bottom, you can find the write-up. So yes, I think that based on that, you can start your journey.
Yeah, but I think we covered pretty much, hopefully we covered pretty much the same thing. I haven't looked at the write-up, so I can't tell. Okay, what did
the write-up is wonderful.
What did I mistype here? Alert, no, no, this is not action. Help me out here.
What are we?
Good, that's not necessarily...
This is what you expected.
Yeah, that's helping.
Yep.
No, so what I need to do here is I want to extract just the signature, and it's a bit tricky. I already filtered for alert events with grep, and within the alert event, there's alert, and then the object.
Underneath, yeah.
So there's signature. Sorry, not signature ID. Signature ID is also good, but the signature is better. But I think I came up with the right one. So let's do just a head or something. Okay. So as you can see, we have the alerts here. Maybe just do a raw. And then let's do sort unique C sort -n. So in this case, I like to do it in least frequent to most frequent, because the most frequent ones are probably going to be usually some sort of noise. Well, here, because we did the initial analysis, I know that these ones are probably not noise. But I wonder why we have 200. Well, we should try
and
to
you see that executable download from dotted squad host.
Yeah. No, all these are related. So
we can call it a dotted squad host now.
Yeah. Yeah, we had the discussion whether if it's naked IP or naked domain. I got one vote for naked domain from Mishimokush, so I'm leading. But yeah, let us know how you like to call it. It's when in HTTP the host is just an IP and not a domain. Basically, that's usually when people refer to it, either naked IP or naked domain.
What host?
Yeah. We also see here some alerts on Metasploit payload. Yeah, this is probably just some noise here. So some of these are alerts are kind of alarming, and afterwards you can do the filtering.
Look at this one.
Details.
Behavior unusually fast terminal server traffic, potential scanner infection inbound.
You can check that one. You wanna check on that one?
No, not necessarily, but
you can easily do it. So I'm filtering for alert here, and then I grab for this one here. And we can pipe it to JQ, for example. Take a closer look. Surprising.
Yeah.
But it's cool. So you see the categories here. So you can with JSON and JQ, and there are other tools like there's RQ, but I find JQ is if you do advanced things, like just a couple more things with Zeek, and then we're going to take a look at the Wireshark as well. But just another thing that I forgot, and maybe we should wanted to RDP, we already saw that one. I wanted to check on the SSL log and show you one interesting thing with SSL log. So add one SSL log. Actually, I can take whatever log file. So some advanced things require, and I'm not sure if I will be able to get this one right for the first try, but the problem here, for example, timestamp value. We see that, and I do know that this happened after September 15th. It's larger than 1.6. So these are the Joffrey hashes. I wonder if we have anything that is interesting. We could also try. I'm just wondering if we can see
validation status signed certificate.
I'm just wondering if we can Joffrey, if you can find MetaInterpreter this way. That would be pretty cool. So let's try to do this one real quick. Sort. Unique sort. -n. Yeah, which one?
Yeah.
This is, I'm not sure.
No, that was the brute forcing.
That was forcing, but so this one is reporting as Shea. That's weird. No, probably the beaconing is even more. No, if it's a beaconing activity. So we can use this site to do the lookup, but there are also other ways. This is IE, but this one, I'm not sure we'll be able to find anything useful with this, but and there's also an offline version. Malware test, fish traffic. Yeah, I'm not sure, but this one. So you can verify these and try to see if the hash is in any of the. This is the one that I tried. No,
this was the 29.
But you can also do an offline lookup by downloading the whole thing. Rust firewall appliance. Yeah, these are not super reliable in terms of like you're not gonna have a definitive answer with Joffrey hashes. If there's a known bad client, then yeah, that might give you a clear signal. But the thing is with Joffrey hashes, it depends on the library and the client side, what kind of cipher suits they choose, what kind of elliptic curves they choose, and if it's the same that is the choice of a legitimate software, then you're gonna end up with the same hash value. So don't trust them fully. Best is to identify the ones that occur often in your environment and use it for hunting. And if there's an unknown one, then potentially that might be an unwanted software. or can be malicious as well. So not a perfect solution, but once at the client side, I just did this analysis as a kind of just demonstrating the potential in it, and we found malware, multiple malware beaconing out. Okay, Suricata, we looked at the alerts, so hopefully it makes it is clear for everyone that we can use the if JSON in a similar way as Zeek. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of other things to discover here, and eventually if you end up in Wireshark, just a few things that I like to customize because the defaults here are not terrific. Like time is something I like to change immediately. And if you go to time display format, I like to choose the UTC date and time of the day. Probably the precision is a bit of an overkill, but it's better to be sure. Now, the other thing that I don't like here is the layout. Like, look at this big white space here. No one likes to waste real estate. So if you go to preferences, layout, I like to choose the second one instead. And I think I kind of explained this in the stream 2 weeks ago, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But the other two things that are definitely missing here, and you can go to column preferences, is two fields, source port and destination port. And you have that one in the packet details. It's just that I would like to have them as a column.
There's typo.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Post. Yeah. Port. It's just the name.
Yeah.
And then destination, port, unresolved. And I always like to choose the unresolved one. I'm gonna set now the for source and destination, the unresolved one. That's fine. So if I okay, and I like to have everything left aligned. No, right aligned. Sorry. At least for the numbers, except for one column, which is the info column, because I want to have the information as close to possible. If I do right line, it's gonna be I'm missing a lot here by doing that. All right. What else? I wonder if we have any HTTP traffic here. This file, we should, right? We saw the DXE download, so we should see that one. There it is, twice for the two endpoints. So there's the download. Oops, first for the domain controller, and we can verify if it's really the domain controller, so we can check things like, well, for that we would have to do proper filtering. We can do that with T-shirt to do like DHCP messages or something like that points to the right. What is it? Points us to the right direction. I think for I'm just remembering to that server string. I think I will try to open up the actual file and do a quick search for that one, because I don't think it's here. If you want to extract, for example, this, you can go to the object extraction functionality, and in HTTP, you should be able to reconstruct the same file. Now, homework for everyone, if you want to do this, then you save it, calculate a hash, and you can compare if it's the same. Well, actually, we can do that one. Let's do it real quick. I'm going to save it here, and then we're going to calculate an MD5 sum. And I can't remember what was the Zeek
extracted.
Yeah, and I did a file write on HTTP, and I grabbed for PE just to have the hash value. I think it was this thing for. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'm missing the F, but it doesn't matter. Wrap. Not sure if it's should have the same hash value. where is it? MD5 sum or data looks the same.
Looks like.
Okay, so you can do the same thing twice. Corroborating evidence, or I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, never.
Verifying, yeah. And
Trust but verify.
yeah, trust
I
but
think it's
verify,
trust but
and
verify.
also, yeah, your tools. This is not something that you want to do during casework, but before, as preparation, to know what the tools are doing. I think for SMB, they're not doing the same kind of extraction method, and you will not have matching hashes. This SMB is a horrible protocol. It's very, very complex. Okay, let's just go for the cherry on top, the Easter egg, and then I promise we're going to finish up the stream. So I'm going to open up the big file here. And you shouldn't do this because it takes quite some time. I have a pretty beefy VM here. It should be fine. I wonder if the stream is going to be one continuous VOD. Not then. No.
And
I need
if
to
it,
download it and re-upload it.
and if it recorded our discussion during
No. I think the VOD definitely, because we uploaded it into Twitch. Anyways, we'll see how the VOD plays out. And I wanted to do a quick find for like I actually need to cheat here. At C# HTTP, what was it, server? I'm not gonna copy the Unicode part because I'm pretty sure that will not work. And if you want to search, then do string and do packet bytes. Then yep, it's there. It's just not displayed correctly. Let's do a reassemble. Let's just stream reassemble. I'm not sure if it's going to be displayed correctly. Yeah, it doesn't display here because it's Unicode. Still, I think it's hilarious. And I wonder if you can do. There's another method that I like to use for search. Why is everything now so
because it's
weirdly aligned? You think it's gonna
reload? Yeah.
No, I think it's the info column and everything is just like frame contains. Do you think it will find it like this? Not sure if it will. So this is applying a display filter and just displaying packets that have this value as opposed to doing a search, which will just jump there. Yeah. So in certain cases, yeah, you want to use the search because this doesn't always work when you have a shrug emoji. Yeah, fine. Okay. I can't remember if we wanted to do another tool or anything like that. If you have any questions, let us know. And thank you for sticking around till the very end. I know this went way over time, but I think we covered a ton of interesting things. And I cannot promise if the Wednesday one. The Wednesday stream will not go a bit over time because I'm really running out of time with that lab, but we'll see. And
Thank you very much.
Just wrapping it up. So I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll let you scoot over here. Hope you enjoyed it. I think we found many interesting things in this data set, and I can't wait to see what else is in there. Next week we will definitely look at the memory. I think with the PCAP one we're pretty much done, unless there's some additional things coming up, and as a question I mean. And I also hope to look at the maybe auto runs. There should be enough time for that. We'll see for the memory and the auto runs, and maybe some other smaller artifacts. Now I can't remember what other evidence is in there. But the EO one, I think we will spend an entire stream on that because there are a ton of things on the endpoint. Maybe we even have to break it up into the domain controller and the desktop. So we'll see. Again, thank you very much, and you can see the message from James as well. So thank you for providing the community this fantastic set of evidence and this case. I think there's also a second one, so I also very eager to look at that one. But we will finish up the analysis on this one in the upcoming weeks. I think we will probably have to.
And the beer or coffee sounds fantastic.
Sorry, what?
The beer or coffee sounds fantastic.
Oh, I haven't read it entirely. Yeah, that sounds fantastic indeed. Hope we will have the chance to meet. And I think after this, we really need to consider contacting the creators of the creators of the tools and CTFs that we're playing here on Twitch, so that we can make it official. But nonetheless, thank you for jumping in, and thank you everyone who stayed till the very end and had the analysis done together with us. Just as a reminder, Wednesday, Red Team stream, we're going to play the throwback Try Hack Me Lab, and in the meantime we'll see how we're doing. Tomorrow morning we plan to get up and work on the 3D printer. I still want to do it. Maybe we'll just, instead of 9, I might change the schedule to 10. And then or early afternoon. So sometime today we're going to continue building the 3D printer if you want to follow, or you can also watch the recording. Thursday, same thing. Friday, same thing, because we have a lot of work to do with that 3D printer, but eventually we're going to print out something. The Sunday is always for the Hungarian beginner-friendly Try Hack Me Junior Pentester path. We're still playing it, still plenty of modules and plenty of learning opportunities. So that's all for today. Stay safe and have a wonderful evening, afternoon, or morning if you're in the other side of the globe. Bye.
Thank you, everyone, and special thanks to
one more thing. I'm going to check if we can raid someone. Our schedule does not play very well. Yeah, I don't see anyone who's close to what we're doing, so we're not going to raid today. So just enjoy the rest of the evening, afternoon, morning, or whatever you have. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.